play. Oh, by the way, you guys were talking about places to go. I don't know if they're open again, but I think it's the Corner Bakery in Brea. That's in that. It's right by Birch Street, not far from there. It's on the corner, I think. That's where a bunch of people for last term from this class would go because they have an outdoor area, and a lot of them would, because they had a Discord group for this class, and a lot of them would go over there and they'd all meet up and sketch over there. And I'll bet you they're open again because things are open for outside dining. Okay, I'm going to jump through these today. Okay, so here's what I want to do. I don't want to add anything new to this week. I just want to take a look at these. Comment on them, the ones that I think, and then find out any problems you guys are having. And then what I think I'm going to do is next week, I want to start a little bit talking about stylization. And I just thought about this because what I usually do, like I've done 1 or 2 workshops on this in between semesters on designing from life, but that kind of comes out of this class. So I want to start talking a little bit probably about next week about stylization. I'll probably start with environment. And usually like we go to Old Town Orange and do that. So I was thinking about it this morning, and I think what I'm going to try and do is I'll try and go down to Old Town Orange this week and just shoot a live video and just do that demo on location. Cause I like doing it on location. I don't hate, but I like to do this kind of thing from life. I don't like to do it from photographs. And then I'll put that together, and then we'll have a discussion around starting to stylize this stuff. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, so each one is numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. Like that's.
I like it when you guys do that. So things like this where you're starting to get a pretty good proportion. This is a hard pose. Okay.
Yeah, I stared at her for a while.
That's a hard pose with the legs crossed over like that and all that kind of stuff. I like this one. This one's starting to feel a little bit natural. Now, here's what we got to do now. Because I look here and it's a little more, and then as you go here, see how now we're getting really on the contour outline? See how that's less successful than here?
Yeah.
Because you're thinking a little more interior here, a little. Like this little nice stuff in there. And then as you go to the outline, like these a little bit, these become much less successful because they're sort of empty in the inside. So then they're going to flatten. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And then just little things. These are just common. This is pretty nice. This one here.
Okay.
You're starting to see some cool things in here, like that little deltoid right there.
Mm-hmm.
That little lean. There's the collarbone leaning that way. This calf, all that kind. This little divot right there where the ball of the foot drops down. Have you had life drawing?
Yes. Yeah, I took that last quarter. But it's definitely different from staring at like a figure versus like being out in the real world, you know?
Yeah, it's really, and again, I've said this before, and I don't understand why people don't do this. When I taught life drawing, we did 3 or 4 field trips. Like you need to take it out of the academic environment and into the real environment and go, and it's totally different.
It is. I think that's why I struggled.
Yeah, well, everybody does. And then, but what's weird is because life drawing is hugely important, okay? But then you take them out in the real world, and all of a sudden they're doing pretty good in the life drawing. And that's when I do it, when they're starting to get life drawing, kind of. And I go, kids, go out here. And then they kind of fall apart. And I want them to understand, like, you see, you've got to translate this into this now. This isn't academic. I mean, yes, you're using all those academic tools you've learned, but you got to disassociate from them. They're back there and start. And I know this sounds super hippie, but it's not. Get them very cemented in your brain, and then you don't have to directly access them. You're starting to just do those things because your brain knows. Does that make sense? And then you got to learn, like those Glenn Keane sketches, that charm that he puts in those things. You know what I mean? Did you guys look at those?
I did, yeah.
Those are great, man. That is, to me, that's a great example of a really great draftsman putting his draftsmanship in service to capturing a moment, telling a little story. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's interesting about him, because he's coming from a medium where drawing, animation, is using drawing to tell a story. And when you look at his sketches, they're kind of telling a little story. Might just be two interaction between two people. That kid, I love that little one with the little kid standing there behind the crowd. You know what I mean? And the way he emphasized the kid in the crowd, he de-emphasized. And like every kid probably has had that feeling of like, you're the little kid and all the adults and something's going on and you can't see it. You know, that kind of, you're outside the adult world. Like that little thing is interesting. You know what I mean? And I really think that like, there's a part of this where this needs to be for you. And it's still going to feed, like, what's your major?
I'm trying to complete the illustration certificate. I want to be an illustrator.
What kind of illustrator do you know?
Not quite yet.
What do you like about illustration?
Oh, I like to, I guess, like have the viewer like have a certain feeling from, get a certain feeling from the illustrations that I draw, like, or like tell some sort of like narrative.
What
illustration.
What turned you on to illustration? Like what kind of work? Like was it something in a children's book? Was it something in a, you know, whatever?
Oh gosh. There's a lot. I mean, I've always like liked like animation and stuff like that. So watching a lot of those animated films turned me on to drawing, like Disney and stuff like that. But I don't know. I don't think I have the patience for animation. So, and I wasn't really interested in animating.
Wait a sec. There's a lot of things in animation. Like I love animation and I love drawing and I have no interest. I never had, because I had a guy at work for me. I've talked about it probably in here, Mario, and he's just a monster artist. And he worked for Disney. He was a veteran of Disney for like 12 years or something, right? And he worked on all kinds of stuff, Lion King, Atlantis, all this stuff. And Mario's highest compliment was he used to call me Chief, right? So I'd throw down sketches or whatever. And he'd go, "Hey Chief, you should have been an animator." And he kept saying that, right? And I go, "Mario, I get it." I go, "But I didn't want to be an animator, or I would have done that." I go, "What I'm interested in animation, if I was going to do anything in it, would be, you know, designing character design, backgrounds, designing."
Yeah, I like characters a lot.
Environments, all that stuff. That would be interesting to me. But so make sure when you go, "I'm not interested in animation," it's not that you're not interested, you're just not interested in doing the actual animating, which I totally understand. As much as I love to draw, I kind of go, it's one of those things where you go one down, 25,000 drawings to go. And they don't look at it that way. Though the people who animate, they love the acting and all that. And I totally get it. There's just something to me about my brain that I want to focus on the design for some reason. But so remember, like as an illustrator or whatever, there's background painting, there's environmental design, there's character design, there's like all those things, right? And you got to start, or I don't say got it, start thinking about like, what do I want to do? If I've got a skill set as an illustrator, one thing I'd say is like, once you get your skill up to wherever, and you start to make some interesting illustrations, or even now, just learn it now. I encourage everybody to go learn After Effects. Okay. Because that's where you can start to go a little further with storytelling and maybe move certain elements. Like there's some very limited animation things that people are doing with illustration. I think it's really interesting. You know, it's been going on. I mean, and you know, they might just take the foreground element and maybe it's a foreground waves, and then the background, you sort of separate it like movie set or like stage sets. And this is moving a little bit and this is coming out, and then the narrative pops up and the sun moves across, you know, and it's just very simple animation. And then you can take that further and further, right? Then you're getting into motion graphics and things like that. Because to me, the illustrator skill set is really broad. So then maybe you could go in and go, "Wow, I really like doing motion graphics and doing, you know, combining my drawings and this and that." And then who knows where you end up? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think
there's so much of that going on. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think my overall focus is just to like get the fundamentals.
Yeah, that's what you should do.
That's basically what I'm just trying to aim for right now, just getting better. Because
to me, the first skill set you need is drawing, painting, design. Once I got those three things, then I can take that into a lot of different areas, right? I mean, that's your fundamental skill set. And by the way, you get a ton of freebies. You get super good at drawing, painting, design. you get a ton of freebies. Like you'll have the best design house on the block. You'll have the, you know, on and on and on. You get all these freebies. You know how to put an outfit together, you know, for an event. You go, you know, you're the only person there that's not overdressed and not underdressed and actually has a point of view on their style or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just, it's all free. It's all freebies from design. I think. Okay, this one's pretty nice. What I'd say here now, and proportionally, you're not too bad. Like this one, proportionally, it's a little off, right? There's little proportional things, but that's normal. You got to just fine tune that. Another one here, where is it? I actually think this is kind of interesting.
Yeah, he was walking, so I just kind of quickly scribbled it.
Like there was one time I was at like in an art store. This is ages ago, 20 some odd years ago. You know, they have the little pad next to like you, so you can try out pencils or pins or something.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Somebody had taken a pin and done this really quick little gestural, like a little figure thing. And it's so weird. Like whoever that was super good. It was probably in Pasadena, so it was probably an art center person. And there was something about the way that they saw the shapes, which is kind of like that a little bit. Like it was really loose, but it was very knowledgeable. It was like a light bulb went off. Like, and it's so weird because that person probably was just testing the pin out. And it's like, bing, they left me a little magical treasure that made something go off in my head. And I went, oh, and it made me see things a little bit differently. Do you know what I mean? Which I thought was so cool that they just left that there. You know what I mean? Like a little hidden treasure, and I found it and I got the message out of it. You know what I mean? Like finding the treasure map and going, oh, I'm supposed to go over there. You know what I mean? I thought that was cool. So a little bit of proportion. Okay, these ones, it's weird in the beginning. So let's look at this. Like here. Right here. So this is a good opportunity where you're probably going to get. Why is that not sampling Douglas? Right here, you're probably going to get a pull fold across there. That's going to kind of come over, right? You've already started to put one here. That's good. You might get one, like there's probably a little bit of a seam there. Probably going to get one pulling from there. I don't want to do any more than that, or it's going to start getting overboard. I'd probably pull this shape over this one. Maybe just show a little indication of that finger going over there. Because this one's pretty good. And then, you know, I might just put a little indication in there. Now here, when I do glasses, like this probably came off and broke over there. Does that make sense? Then I want to make sure that I just get enough in here. Another thing I do, let's try this. There's a lot of ways you can handle this. Sometimes I'll put that sort of little horizon thing that'll happen right in there. You know what I mean? Like a little simple thing like that, right? A little graphic solution, right? I like to get this little wing of the cheek mass. I think hitting the back of the wing of the nose is important.
Right.
This guy looks like he's kind of young. Okay, so when I'm doing a face, like one of the things that I do when I'm doing is I map everything out a little bit. So I put this in, I go, okay, and I might just go, here's the glasses. Where do they land? How far out does that go? And then I go, where's the bottom of the nose in relation to glasses? It's usually a lot closer than I think. So let's say it's there. And then when it comes to like a beard or something, I come in here and I go, okay, that's the beard. I map it out and I go, here's that. Comes down here. Here's his ear. Obviously it comes there, connects here. And I have a little road map on it. Does that make sense? And then I can come in, that's real light and loose. And then I can come in here and just sort of map into it. So then I got this little rub, and then I go, what's in the glass? You know, now I got to shape the glasses. Looks like you already did. You know, I got to pull this in. This goes up here. There's a little thing right there. Maybe there's a little heavier there, and then it gets thinner. And I just want to live just enough for it to be believable. And then I might put a little tone up here. There's a million ways you can do glasses. You know, and then I do the same thing with the hair. I just map it out. Where's that little point in relation to the eye? How much of the back of this am I seeing? So there's quite a bit here, so I'll put that in. How does the neck connect? Do I see an Adam's apple? You know, and then I go in and go, okay, where's my planes of my hair? And I want to get that really organized. You know, this is going over this way. Then I like to put that little core right there, right, that it gets that little core right before it turns. And again, I got to adjust like crazy. I'm never 100% right. And I also look at what kind of beard is it. Like I wouldn't do that sloppy line work like that. You know, I might put a tone down. Depends on what kind of beard he's got, but I might put a tone down and come in here. If he had a, you know, kind of a scraggly beard, and I look at it and go, okay, I want to put a little bit of dance, a little bit of line over that, like a little bit of scribble language over it, break these edges a little bit, just like we do with trees. And then I'll gather that texture a little heavier where if the sun's up here. And sort of dial it in. And then I'll put in, there's a nostril, drop the nose down. If I can see anything in here, I might put a few shapes in there if I can see anything. Usually it's just darks and lights, more or less. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
But see how much this adds to it, that little, the folds?
Yeah, I think that's just what I need, the layers, more layers.
Yeah, it's one of the main things I want you guys to get initially early on is to really look at the folds and start to analyze them and how they're working. Okay, because that's going to help you a lot with your figure creation and character and all that kind of stuff. Because you need those, you can see partially why you need it. It's actually giving me information about, the pose, and it's giving me information about the anatomy under the clothing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So like, I remember, I might have mentioned this, but I remember like when I was in school, and again, this was something that probably came from a teacher who had no real world experience. And they would go, okay, so you draw this figure, basically a figure drawing. You know, and I come in here and I draw this figure, whatever. You got to draw all this stuff. And then they'd have you draw this big mannequin, you know, whatever, like a figure, right? Then they go, then you come on here and you start putting the clothing over, and they get into this big high-minded thing about how the old masters, blah, 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 and all this stuff. And it's like, and there's nothing wrong with that as an exercise. It's fine. But they were sort of saying like, here's how you put clothing on a figure. And then, you know, I go out in the real world work for 20 years. Like that's not, you learn how folds work, and it accomplishes the same goal without me going through all this nonsense. Do you know what I mean? I mean, I'm not going to sit there and do that on a job. Hey, I'm drawing this like anatomically correct figure. Then I'm going to put a costume on it. Your art director is going to go, what are you, crazy? Get this done. You know what I mean? And then, you know, there's going to be wherever those folds are. I don't know where they are. And after a while, you can, you know, and by the way, once you get this down and you understand it, yes, you'll see things that happen here and there. And you can add that to the thing. What I'm trying to get you to is the big idea that, you know, a lot of times just like that shoulder on this one we just talked about, this one here, you know, or this back of this right here is a tension point where everything's pulling away from. That's a pretty simple concept to understand. These things are pulling away from a tension point. Your knee is the tension point, creates that fold across the calf, right? Or across the shin, so on and so forth, right? And then once you get those sort of big ideas, you know, compression fold, radiating fold there, once you get those big ideas, boom, you got that. And then as you go out and sketch, you'll add little things into it. And then you can, and it's not that every time you're drawing drapery, and like if you're throwing down a character sketch or something, it's not that you're like, oh, I'm trying to be 1,000% accurate. You're trying to make it believable based on real world knowledge. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But you're still playing with it. Like, get out of that sort of, and I don't have any problem with classical ideas and classical foundation. That's what we're talking about, really. I don't have any problem with that, but you have to get your brain out of that idea that gets planted in your brain. At least it did mine, where it's all this classical stuff. And it's like, okay, that I get it, that like stuff all came from that. And I have no problem with that. I think that we need to think of it in a more modern way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like learn all those fundamentals and all that stuff from classical ideas. That all this stuff that we're talking about here is really classical ideas. We're just talking about in a more modern, contemporary context. Okay, so that's, and then let's just look at one. You're starting to think about it here. Like this, see this point right there? Now, a lot of times you'll see people, I do it too, where I might put this head down. Let's say I'll do this. And I'll go, there's his ear, there's the bottom of his nose, there's this basically, and all I'm doing again, I'm just like we're talking about that beard, I'm just mapping. Then I go here, and I might do exactly what you did, where I have a little harder thing, because what I'm looking for is where it turns, correct? But then, you know, and it comes up over here, so on and so forth. Then I'm going to come in here though, and I got to soften that up. And then maybe there's a sort of an overlapping fold there. So there's nothing wrong with finding the transitions this way. You'll see it a lot with figure drawing too. But then you got to come in and go, okay, I know where these landmarks are now. So now I come in and go, maybe this comes down. Maybe it needs to come out a little bit, you know, and I soften it up. This is going to go around the other side. Maybe I can get a dark right there. So I show it wrapping around the neck, correct? I might get a fold here maybe. I'm going to emphasize that a little more. Is there any little part of the hand I can see there? Now I'm going to make a little bigger. These usually pop out a little more. Soften up that cheek a little. Get that little mass against maybe the back of the ear or the front of the ear. This is going to move over because actually the axis is here. Does that make sense? So look for that axis. Then here, again, I'd probably loosen that up a little. This I would just do with the side of my pencil, a little bit of tone. Show a little bit of that sideburn maybe. Then this, I'm going to come in here and put that little button up there. That usually sort of rolls around like that, sort of. I'm going too much with it, but. And then, depending on what kind of hat it is, if it's a trucker hat, this part might get black or a color, and then the front's white, right? If it's a regular baseball hat, because I want something on these interiors. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So I'm going to go, here's the stitching. Then they have the little air holes in it. Might even indicate a little bit of that stitching on there. This is flipping up way too much. That should be rounder. And I actually think it'll be a little flatter. And then I got this hat on. Okay, so then there's his hair in here. And then on the top, because I'm going to maybe show just a little indication of his nose. On the top of his head, what I like to do is do this. And just unify the whole top of his head, because I got that hat as an excuse to say the whole top of his head's in shadow. Does that make sense? And then here I might get a little bit of a gathering fold there. There's probably a little ending thing here, like elastic or something. There might be a little fold there. And then sometimes I'll put in a fold and I go, it just looks like too much. I don't need that. You know what I mean? Like that one was a little too much. I might kind of knock it down, and then it'll sort of roll around. Maybe I'll get a little of that. And then I'd probably get a fold right there too, but that's starting to look like a little too much. So I might take it out. Then under here, this is going under. So I might kind of take the side of my pencil and just do a little shadow value there and maybe there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And then here, this actually comes here. So this ear, yeah, it might be a little more. That's fine. It's a little bit. Feels like I should see a little more of the shoulder over here a little bit. Just a little. And I think this needs to come down a little bit. The thing with when I'm doing a hoodie or something like that is that's a very kind of oversized, very foldy, very cozy fabric. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Or garment. Okay, do you see how we're starting to explore the interior a little more?
Yeah.
That's going to be, start mixing that with what you're doing because your proportions aren't bad. Now, same thing here. Now, okay, it's two things. It's exploring the interior a little bit. And then to your point, what you were saying is let's, we want to loosen up a little. Once you get these down, you can see how easy it is for me to structure these drawings up or kind of adjust them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is telling you I'm not doing that much, which is a good thing, right?
Okay.
And then there's a little divot under that mouth right there, and then the chin comes out, right? Then I'm going to put this in here. I'll put a little indicator in the ear. I don't need to go overboard. Now, with how old is this woman?
She looked maybe about her like 30s.
Okay,
maybe,
so young.
Early 30s. Yeah.
So I'm not, look at this hard line right here. I'm probably going to lose that. Because that's starting to indicate, kind of a harshness there. See how it softened her up?
Yeah.
Oop. Let's go here. And then I'd find exactly where this, okay, that's good. Then again, look, let's loosen all this up. Like this is probably doing that. And then I've got an excuse because all this stuff is going to pull up towards that bun, right? And then there's always a little droop right there. Hang on. Then let's go here. And then I'm going to give it a little bit break there. And then, okay, so let's say I get this all in here. I'd use the side of my pencil. I'd kind of knock in some value here. So now we got sort of the superstructure of the hair in there, right? So there's our cake, our main part of our cake, okay? Now I can come in here and go drop a loose hair here, maybe back here. I don't like that one. It should actually come a little more forward like that. And then maybe in this case, I'll come in and just put I take the side of my pencil, put in a value, might just give it just a little bit of a smudge. Then I'll take my eraser and just put a little bit of that, maybe just a hint of the little reflection in there. Oops. A little bit of this. I like to put a little value on the nose a little bit. It's probably a little too much. A little bit of that. A little bit of the shadow under the lip. A little bit of that. This, I want to get much softer and foldy. Right?
Right.
This, that's good. That right there. But now there's probably going to be a little of that. Right? Probably. Now this hand, I'm just going to make it up. This is going to come up over. It's a little high, but that's all right. Put it down. So I see that hand. Maybe I see that a little bit. Just a little bit of indication of the finger. See, I don't have to put that much. Or at least that's a basic structure of what I'm going to do. Actually, it would come out over here. Make that floppy. And And here, and then big gather probably right here over each other. I don't know what that hand's doing, doesn't matter. Same thing here, I might get a fold there. I'm probably going to get one back here somewhere. Probably, this is probably going to break over that edge a little bit. Like when I have people, depending on, you know, like if this is this like a belly shirt?
She was like a waitress, so she had like her shirt and then the apron over it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that these things, you know, a shirt, you know, if it was shorter, let's say, you know, it's going to come up here and I'm going to see it wrap around. It's going to break this a little bit, unless they've got a very tight shirt on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then this. Then I'm definitely going to get something probably coming out here, probably a seam here. I don't like those lines yet, but I'd have to look at it. You know, and then this can get a little darker. That can go over, that's good. Get that. You know, I might put a little indication of where the ankle is. Some little indication of where the knee is. That's not a good one. And then here, that's not too bad. You're thinking about the shoes. This is probably going to come up a little bit. You got to remember that this kind of jumps up and then this sort of comes down like that. And then it sort of goes up like, look at your shoes. They don't touch the ground like that. They touch the ground like that. Okay. And they're sort of, they've got that memory built into them. This comes down a little more. This is pretty good. You know, and then I'm just looking, is there some little indication where the knee is there maybe? Same thing here. I might put a little bit of that. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
Then this makes, you know, I want to throw this down as a big sweep. This was probably not that thin. It had to be a little thicker because it would fall over otherwise. Then get that sweep of that ellipse in there. What material was this?
I don't remember. Probably just a pull like you're doing, yeah.
So I'm just going to make it something a little bit shiny. Oops. I'm going to come in here and I would put that down with the tone. Then I come in here with my eraser. I just pull, oops. I just pull a little bit of it out. And then next to that, I'm going to go back in. Oops. Put a little core right next to that. See how it starts to get a little bit shiny? And the other thing I would do here, side of my pencil again, because these things are just big tonal things I want to do quickly. Right?
Right.
Another thing I like to do is I might put a little tone on this. And I'll do the same thing. Oh, gosh, damn it. I might just put it in. I'll usually do it side of my pencil and get that real soft, you know, tone that we talked about, right? Then I'll go, I'm going to make this. A little bigger statement. I usually make a bigger statement with things like straws. That's a little too big. That's okay. And then I'd probably take my erase and then I'd go some little indication of a logo or something on there. See what I mean? Then when I take my kneaded eraser and I pull out this reflection a little bit.
Oh.
Right? And then I always go back in and I go, because we got to think about our light. Oops. And I darken this up a little bit. You know, and then I might come in here and go, I know there's a shadow in here somewhere. Probably a little bit down here somewhere. Side of my pencil. You know, this whole thing, if this is a value, which it probably is, I like to just take my, again, that real soft side of the pencil thing, and I'll just boom, knock the whole thing in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I might go back into that, and I wouldn't do it like that. I would do it with the soft velvety tone, right? So it'd be a little more like this. And it'd be a little darker probably. You know, then I have to come back in usually and reinforce a couple of things. Make sure I don't lose stuff.
Mm.
And then I'm going, okay, now I'm heading towards my final pass. That's too much right there, what I just put in. Let's get back. It's because I have such a fat brush right now. Hang on. You know, and then I go, where's my light? Let's say it's up here. And I start going, okay, I wonder, it's not dark enough. Then I want to come in here and I'll start just hitting things and reinforcing things. Maybe I'll put a little indication on the knuckle there to add to it. Maybe a little indication of the finger or whatever. And then I go, okay, I want to get that hand a little more casual, so I might kind of readjust it. This should get toned up. This will probably have a value over it. These shoes, I don't know what color they were, but if they have a value, I want to put that in there. Why do I want a value on the shoes? It anchors it. It anchors it again down below, right?
Mm.
Then the chair, and the chair, all I want to do is exactly what you did when I'm first starting this, because the chair's not moving. She might get up and leave, but I can go in and tweak out the chair without her there, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now I'd want to go, these usually come out that way, otherwise you'll fall backwards, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is probably a little thicker. I'm just going to make it thicker, even if it isn't. Then the other, okay, so one is here, the other one's here. Probably put that in shadow. And then this, I got to, you know, put just enough information where the viewer knows what it is. Right?
Right.
And then maybe, I don't know. Nah, I probably wouldn't do that. Okay, so see how we just pushed it?
Mm-hmm.
Then I go, okay, there's little things I got to fix in the face. I don't like that. Adjust. But, you know, at the same time, I mean, I'm just going to probably move on to another one. I'm going to break her hair right here. See how that looks a little more natural?
Mm-hmm.
Probably a little here. Maybe it's, you know, when they have a bun like this, there tends to be a few strays in there. You know, maybe she's got a beret in here or something. That's too big. Maybe. And then I might just go, is there a nice big shadow in here somewhere that I can just drop in? That'll really help to anchor it. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Now, we'll talk about this a little more later, but if I was going to vignette this scene a little bit, because you guys, you know, we're talking about adding, they say we talked about, you know, we're going to put these things together into environments. Also watch this angle of this. You see this ellipse up here?
Mm-hmm.
And then see how this ellipse is shallower?
Mm-hmm.
That can't happen because you're up here looking down a little bit. So that means whatever I'm looking at here, as it goes down, the ellipse will actually open. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So when you go here, oops, this actually has to open up a little bigger than the one above. Not crazy, but it has to open up. I'd have to go in and fix that. That's not good. But you get the point, right?
Yes.
So I might go, there was a little fence back here. and it had big pavers or whatever those are called. And got a little bit of texture. You know, maybe there was a, let's scoot it down. Maybe there was a little plant here. Maybe I can see a little shrubbery behind this. And I come down here and add a little bit of this. And then I get a little vignetted scene. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So a lot of times I'm looking for things I can do that with. And a lot of times if it's just like this kind of scene, might put a little bit of the umbrella in it, show the bottom of the umbrella to sort of give it a graphic shape, you know, whatever. And I don't put a lot of time into it, but it gives it a sense of place and a kind of sense of completed scene. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Does all that make sense?
Yes.
So you can see here, he feels more, this feels like more of a natural fabric, right?
Yeah.
I did.
It feels more organic.
All I really did on this one was just a few adjustments, loosened it up and went into the interior. And, you know, I'm just going into the interior, went into the interior here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then also make confident mark making, like on this hair. What, he wasn't balding, right?
No.
See how it feels wispy, like it might be getting thin?
Mm.
So, you know, I'm going to look at that shape and just go, what was the shape?
It was kind of like parted over to the other side.
I can see it. But because I was just drawing, well, we did it last week. We aged up one of these characters last week, right?
I think so.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, so whatever this is, and I'll loosen it up again. He looks like one of the dreaded hipsters. You know, and then I might darken this back here a little bit. And again, I like to get that little dark before it goes into the part. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Probably comes out a little bit there. I always look for that point in relation to the eyes. Same thing here. I want to make a more statement here. A little shadow into there. I might give him a little Adam's apple. Push this up a little. I have a feeling that'd be higher. So on and so forth, right?
Right.
So now look. See how that page gets a little more nice and punchy?
Mm-hmm.
Now, another thing I want you guys to start thinking about, put notes on these things. Where was this?
This is like at a cafe. Like I was at the pier in Oceanside. I'm in San Diego, so.
So I like to go, you know,
Mm.
you know, and I always make little notes.
Just like fill space, kind of.
No, it's a couple of things. It's just it kind of I just like the way it completes the page. I like that when I go stumble onto sketchbooks 20 years later or whatever, I go, oh, I remember that. You know what I mean?
I see.
I usually put notes on things I overhear because to me it's all research. I mean, I love just doing it, but it's like there's something really interesting. I probably said this before, and I think when I tell this to lay people, they think I'm totally crazy. But it's like usually I'm doing so much of this kind of sketching. It's totally like some sort of social, I don't know what that's called, cultural anthropology or social anthropology, whatever it's called. And I start seeing currents that are happening in society, like this stuff leading up to the whole Trump thing. I saw years ago. You know what I mean? Now, I didn't know it was going to express itself in Trump. I just knew, like, wow, the country's getting really angry. There's this really huge thing now with douchebag culture and these super aggressive dudes driving around in big lifted trucks, and they're always tailgating you. And I'm like, there's something going on here. This isn't just a handful of people. It's a lot of people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then I see currents of behavior, like really odd behavior, where I go, that's weird. Then I start seeing it everywhere, which is really interesting to me, because that's sort of an expression of herd thinking, where you're like, everybody's just doing this because they've seen it somewhere. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Or you see it with the internet too, obviously. But I think the internet has begat this culture of herd thinking. You know what I mean? Where everybody's just jumping on these like stupid ideas because they're just out there floating around. But you see it, and then I hear a lot of conversation that's just interesting. Where and I'll put a note like this hipster-looking guy. If they're saying something funny, or it's usually funny, something funny, I'll write it down. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
There's a website, or I think it's a Twitter feed called Overheard LA. And that's all they do, is they just write down things they overhear in LA that are just funny. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of a
They're
little
on
bit.
Instagram too. They are hilarious.
What is it?
They're also on Instagram. A friend of mine got me into it. The Overheard LA, and they are hilarious.
Yeah, they're really funny. And it gives me information. It gives me, and then when you're doing work, you're doing a lot of call outs. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you put call outs on your work because it's, you know, and then you'll put a little boop, boop, line down to it and point things out. It's informational, right? And I remember when I was at Imagineering, when people look at my sketches, one of the first things they do is they go, "Ben, your writing's cool." Like anything gets them pull into my work and go, "That's cool." I want them to do, right?
Oh, I see.
And plus it just sort of completes the page. It's just part of this thing. And I think I look at this as a research diary. I look at it as just a personal diary. I look at it as just fun. I look at it as an entertainment center. I look at it as an experimental lab to try different things. I'm always painting in my sketchbooks and trying all this stuff. It's where I just work stuff out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, does that all make sense?
Yes.
Did I go on long enough about that? But now we're kind of getting into the meat and potatoes of things, right?
Yes.
Now, what you guys got to do now is we're opening up now to just drawing all kinds of stuff. Kind of want to concentrate on people for a little bit, but you want to don't abandon other. Here's what I think you need to do. Don't go, okay, cool, we're done with buildings. Don't do that. Once you get this kind of all starting to happen, then you want to go places and go, wow, that's a really beautiful building. I'm going to draw that building with those trees around it, and I'll put the little crowd in front of it, and it's going to be really cool. You know what I mean? So try not to just abandon one thing, because you need to have a well-rounded drawing skill set. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes.
Megan.
Yes, I'm here.
How do you pronounce your last name again?
Reaganfuss?
I've never heard that before, so I'm assuming it's an alias.
Yes, it is.
You're on the run from something, I get it. Okay.
I'm on the run.
So you're using a kind of a silhouette-y thing, right?
Yes. I went to a park, and unfortunately everybody I was trying to draw was moving, so I just had to do it quickly.
It's all right. Okay, so this is a pretty successful one here. There. Here. Now what's good about these is I can come in pretty quickly. This is a pretty good one. This one. Are they in a chronological order?
Yes, they are.
This is a good one. See that little bit of that hip contrapposto thing?
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's, okay, here's a good one. Let's play around with this one. So what you're doing is you're creating sort of a skeleton over to start, which I actually like doing.
Okay.
So some of this I'll have to make up, but that's fine. So let's go. I'm going to go. One thing I'll start with something like this is I'll just put that bottom of the nose in there.
Okay.
It's just a landmark I like. See what I mean?
Yes, I do.
And here, and then, you know, we'll build out the hair a little bit. I want to darken here. Build this out a little bit. Put in the back of that ear. He's got a mask on, right?
Yes.
I got to make that really
basically everybody
obvious.
did.
Okay, so one of the things that's going to make that obvious is there's a break right here
Okay.
in the elastic or whatever it is.
Okay, got it.
So you got to make that really clear. Again, it's going to be
Okay.
interesting. It's going to be interesting when you're older and you're going to go, look at all these drawings of people are going to go, when you're my age, then young people are going to go, you lived through the pandemic? It'll be a badge of honor, right?
I suppose it could be.
And then there's probably going to be a fold there, maybe.
Okay.
I like to make sure that I show that into the sleeve.
Okay.
I do little things like, you know, on a hoodie, it's going to be pretty loose, and I want to make sure I show that there's whatever I use as a graphic solution, that there's like elastic there or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just want to find a graphic solution for it.
Okay.
What was he doing? Screwing around with his phone?
Yeah, he was.
Okay, so all you need is, and then it's the other hand. Was he doing that?
I think so. I don't really remember.
So I might just put some little indication of that, and then a little, however that, and then this whole thing, however I do it, I just probably put into a silhouette.
Okay.
Was this a hoodie?
I don't think so.
Okay, so let's
I think it was just a long sleeve t-shirt.
let's put okay, then it would be more like that. So let's get rid of this. So let's find out where his neck probably is, probably somewhere here. You know, so if it's a t-shirt, it would be more like that. And then you might pull in a little there, here. Usually it'll come down over this unless it's a really tight shirt. Probably get a fold there, compression fold. This probably would maybe come out a little. Then again, we got a point here, which is fine to find that spot. Then this is probably going to do that.
Okay.
There's probably going to be a little bit of a compression fold there. And then a pull fold from there, probably a little indication of the pocket, maybe a little indication of this, it's a little too stiff for me still. I might put that little flip right there. I like the way the shoes pop up like that and make them a little bigger. Maybe this leg comes back, or he can come forward or whatever. And I'd probably just put that in the silhouette. It's not that important.
Okay.
It probably needs to come back. It looks weird going forward. Then get this lined up. So was this a bench?
Yes, it was a park bench. It was kind of in the middle of it, so there was some space.
Might show it over here a little bit if it's a bench. Might
Okay.
funky. And then really, okay, so now we have this thing. So this,
It was an umbrella.
yeah, this, I'm gonna go, when I throw these down, sometimes I'll just throw down the lips
Okay.
really lightly. Was it bowed like that?
No, I think it was more straight.
Yeah, like that.
Yes.
And then I just go, okay, there's going to be a facet here, boom, facet here, boom. There's going to be a facet here. And then I want this line darker in the foreground.
Okay.
Then something up here to finish it. And by the way, after a while, I've got this catalog of things in my brain of shapes like that. And if the umbrella doesn't follow my idea of what an umbrella should look like to the viewer, I'm going to add it.
Okay, got it.
Then I'm going to put that little thing there. And then this whole thing, kind of what you did, I'm just going to use the side of my pencil.
Okay.
I would never make a mark like I just did. It would be more, you know, side of my pencil, nice and clean.
Mm-hmm.
And then this leading edge, hang on. Also, I might go, well, oops. This part of his, what is it doing? There it goes. There's his hair, but then I go, this part of his head is sort of in shadow. So maybe I'll take advantage of that because it's casting a shadow on there.
Okay.
Getting too furry with the hair. I'd have to organize that a little more. I don't want all that. I want, and then, you know, this plane would probably get a little darker if it's away from the sun. This probably would. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
You know, and then I'm looking for a ground shadow maybe, just, you know, just to indicate a little bit why. It anchors them, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then also I'm going to go with a nice dark value where that foot hits the ground.
Okay, got it.
Right? And it's sort of an
Yes, it does.
occlusion shadow. It's that thing where it does, where two things are meeting.
Mm-hmm.
I might punch those a little bit.
Okay, got it.
This arm probably actually needs to come out a little bit. It feels a little short. You know, and all you got to do is just get in there and just get enough stuff in there that we're starting to, you know, starting to read, right? So when I like to throw down this wham, super loose, and then I tighten it up a little bit.
Okay,
That's
got
my
it.
favorite way to draw. It's just super loose and as loose as I can get. And then I love building it up. It's not even tighter, just like more information, just enough information, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's what I love. Okay. What's good here is it looks like you're really looking at them as simple shapes. And it looks, have you had, no, you haven't had life drawing, huh?
No, I haven't.
Well, you'll probably understand gesture because this is sort of a gestural idea.
Okay.
And this one, what I like, and then I might get a fold there maybe.
Okay.
Might have done just what you have, but I might put one there. And then I'm going to wrap that around a little bit. So why do I do that? Because then it shows it wrapping around the form and it's starting to tell me that this idea is a luminous sort of cylindrical form, right?
Okay.
And you did it here, which is cool. Probably going to get something like a pocket there. Probably a fold there. If you see, I want to just show enough fold. I'm going to put a little wrap around there a little bit. You know, if I could find something out here, that'd be good. You know, and then it's going to be, maybe I just add that calf there.
Okay.
Then again, the shoe's going to come up. Made the foot too big, but that's okay. This is probably going to come up a little. And then this heel's going to drop down below it.
Got it.
That. I'd have to work it out. That knee's probably, you know, I put an indicator where the knee is. And I might just keep it really simple like that.
Okay.
There's probably a fold there maybe. And then I might just put a little indication. Now, this feels like it was further away, was it?
Yeah, most of these were.
Okay, so in this case, then this is a good example of this. I might just put like an indication of the eye socket.
Okay.
Because if you look from a distance, you're not seeing eyeballs or pupils, you're seeing a socket.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right? It actually gets me excited when I see that. I like doing that. I'm going to loosen up these pants a little bit. And again, you know, was she on the grass? I could put a little grass where her feet meet the ground. I think this one would be facing a little more towards me, like that.
Okay.
And then, you know, can I put a little ground shadow on here somewhere? I don't need to overdo it, but see how it anchors it, finishes it, correct?
Yes.
What's great about this, by the way, is like, do any of you guys have live drawing right now? No? What's great about this is that it's giving you, you know, you're getting in front of models, you're drawing people, things with anatomy, right?
Mhm. Yes.
So you're not completely, you know, because I keep hearing people and they go, oh, well, and actually it's something I want to try and do in here. I want to try and get a model this term. Because I have all the gear to do it. I just got to find somebody I can just pay to sit here. But I got to get somebody who's because they're not going to be a pro model. I have to get somebody from up here. And I got to make sure they're not talky or weird or whatever. I got to make sure, and they're going to be clothed, so it doesn't matter. But I got plenty of room out in the living room to do that. And then we could really, you know, I could have them pose in certain ways and really talk about the drapery and all that kind of stuff. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Because it's like, it's also partially because I know that, so nobody in here is taking live drawing?
I've
taken it.
Oh, I've taken it. Yeah.
No, but nobody's taking it right now?
Yeah, no one's.
No.
I'm taking it right now.
Oh, you are? How's it going?
It's good. I really like it a lot.
Who you got? Jim?
Yeah, Jim.
Okay, that's probably the best choice. Wow, this one's good.
Thank you.
Because that now you're starting to place two people together, and I think that's hard.
They
Right.
were sitting right next to each other, so it was a little bit easier.
I don't think that makes it any easier, actually. Right? But
Yeah.
I don't know how you exactly did it, but what I always do, gosh, darn it. I don't like the way Photoshop doesn't let me move stuff around unless I get big like this. What I usually do, and I don't know if this is how you did it, but like if I have, gosh, damn it, hang on. For some reason, it throws the other information when I save something over to the other screen, so then it freezes everything. You know, when I have this guy here, and I go, okay, there's his basic form, there's his knee, blah, blah, blah. Then I go, where does this guy land? And then I go, oh, his knee's right there, his head's right. You know, I'd probably start with the head, probably. And I go, how far is that? But then I'm kind of checking myself and going, as I build this, I know that that knee's landing right about there. So I got to make sure I land about there, right?
Okay.
So I'm probably, I don't know if that's how you did it or not, but I'm probably going to ghost these people in. It's sort of just really simple geometric shapes. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Because I want to place them correctly. And if I have this person, if I just kind of go, well, he's here, you know, and I might even do it just this simple. Just go his legs up here, and I'll get enough stuff and kind of go, then I'll kind of look at it. And then I also go, where does that cell phone land now in relation to this rectangle, right?
Okay.
If it lands there, I go, okay, it goes there. And then I know that, okay, it's got to land. And I'm not going to get all clinical about it. If it's a little out and it looks okay, that's fine. But I want to make sure I'm in the ballpark, that I'm not totally off, right?
Yes.
So what I'll do is I might throw this down and start, you know, putting in this arm or whatever. Then I might kind of double and then go, oh, well, if he's here, then he might be looking down. And sometimes I miss that. And I go, yeah, he's looking at his phone. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Now, sometimes people are talking, they still got it here, and they're like, you know, going back and forth and being rude in a conversation, looking at their phone, right?
Yeah.
But then I'll go, okay, well, now where does this guy's head land? Okay, it lands about there. And I'll just ghost it in really lightly. Okay, his arm's falling pretty good. But my key indicator now is this knee in relation to this. Yeah?
Okay. Yes.
So I'm always looking to sort of measure off and check myself. Now, what I don't want you to do is start doing that sight size stuff where you're going and trying to like get everything like hyper perfect. Then it just stiffens up. And it actually usually disconnects because you're so out of the flow of drawing and so into this overthinking. We're not trying to make, this isn't technical drawing in the sense like drafting. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Not that. We want to be accurate and artistic and loose, and then take it to wherever you want to take it. You want to take it tighter, you want to take it to a higher level of finish, whatever you want to do, correct?
Yes.
By the way, this unifying the top of the head that we talked about a little while ago with remember I said with the bill and it locks the face together?
Yes.
Shadow?
I think so, yeah.
Well, I'm going to give you an example. I might have before, but I just love the way he does it. God, this guy's a good painter, man. If you look right here, I know it's, well, let me see if I can blow it up. Look how little information there is on that face.
Yes.
And see the whole top part unified with that shadow? Look at that mark for the nose. Bing, boom, right?
Yeah,
Look at
really good.
and this is something that's very important. I was talking about this last night in illustration. When you're painting or now drawing, because with the pencil we can kind of draw, not doing all, the only thing that shifts in that ear is a little bit of temperature, and then he puts a mark behind it to show the shape of the ear. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes
Like
sense.
I do that constantly. Like I look for a shadow value and I go boom, and I put that little shadow value and it shapes out the negative space next to it.
Okay.
So then you're getting this beautiful sort of dance of painterly ideas with a pencil, right?
Yes.
And then when you back out of this, it just looks super finished, right?
Yeah, it does.
This guy, if they have the Masters American Western show, man, and hopefully he'll be in it, his paintings are mind-blowing.
Okay.
Then he does these. This is a great exercise. I've done this a little bit. These are all horses he paints from life. So he just goes, because he lives in ranch country, and he goes and he hangs out with, like, because he loves this whole culture of ranching and all that. So he goes and works on ranches, probably for free, and just so he's very immersed in the culture of it and he understands it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So he probably has these ranchers that he's like, hey, can I paint the horses? You know, what a great exercise. You know, I've done it before and it's a pain in the ass because horses are like, I don't know, they feel mischievous to me.
Yes.
I'll look at them through the window and I go, wow, they're all standing, because my sister has horses. And they go, they're all standing really still right now. I'm going to go out and paint them. As soon as I go out there to paint them, they're like, they'll like stand there and give you a really great pose. And you get started. And then they go, okay, now I'm going to move. And they walk off. And then you go, and then they stop again. And you go, okay, I know normally you stand in still for a long time. And then they'll give you a great pose for, like, you know, you start painting it and then they move, you know?
Yes.
Now, what's probably going on here, they probably have him just tied to something and he just illuminates a rope, I'm guessing.
Okay.
But just shows you what you can learn, what you can do from life, right? And let me tell you something. There is no way you're going to understand color the way, you know, laying across a horse. A horse has very complicated color. Most things do. You're never going to understand it as much as you understand it painting it from life. Because it's unfiltered. It's unchanged. It's like that is exactly what that light looks like. You know what I mean? Look at that reflected light. Look at that, look at all the blue he's catching from the sky. And then all this warmth on his belly from the ground, right?
Yes.
You gotta, you know, really look at those things, okay? These are really cool.
They're absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. My gosh.
Look at his value and contrast and color temperature and all that. Like you walk in, I remember the first time I saw his paintings, I walked in a gallery and that painting was probably 40 feet away. This was a gallery with a ton of beautiful work in it, right? Really high level stuff, right? And I walk in that gallery, I turned this way, my eye went right to his painting because it was so colorful and the values were so great and the contrast and the cool, like the way he does this actually, and it was like this might have even been the painting, I'm not sure. But that thing where he had it was a sort of like this where the cowboy was going down a hill. And if you look at that, see how he's kind of leaning back?
Mm-hmm.
Like I love that kind of stuff, that counterbalance thing. Like he really nails that
Yeah,
lazy,
yeah.
kind of counterbalancey way that people ride horses who really know what they're doing. Beautiful stuff, man. Now I have to look at one. There was one, and I never see it reproduced on here, and I don't know why. It was one of the coolest paintings. And he does a lot of these nocturnes.
Mm-hmm.
That's a tricky one to figure out. I love this one. I just love the brushwork in that.
Yeah, so beautiful.
And then look at the foreground. There's nothing there, but everything's there.
Yeah.
Oh, just so good. And then I was listening to a podcast with him. He's a super humble guy. He's just this like, he talks about the masters that he studied with and stuff. And he's like, oh God, I'm nowhere near those guys. And he's like 64 or 5 or something.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And again, it's like he's masterful, but again, he doesn't feel like he's masterful. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But I do think that you should enjoy your, as your skill, and you already have skill. So you should be enjoying it also. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes, it makes sense.
I do think that we have to, I don't like it. It feels like there's a culture around whatever, artistic talent or whatever, where people feel like they're supposed to beat themselves up constantly. And I do think you should be self-critical and all that. I do. I think you should always want to push yourself. But I also think you need to sit back once in a while and just go, wow, that's a nice drawing, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see that a lot too.
Just look at, I mean, I don't know what I could tear apart on a Bill Anton painting, but I bet he can. Because I look at that painting and go, I wouldn't make any changes on this thing. It's amazing. You know what I mean?
Yes,
But I
do.
bet he looks at it and goes, well, that hoof right there is really weird. And I didn't get that right. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I'm sure he, inside he really enjoys what he's doing, I hope. Okay, so you see how we're just starting to build on these things?
Yes, I do.
Was this guy fishing?
Yeah, most of them were.
Is this La Mirada Regional?
Yes, it was.
See how I knew that?
Could you tell from my sketches?
I know that, like, I don't know if you mentioned it before, but also I know that La Mirada Regional has a lake, and I know that they have fishing.
Yeah.
I don't know where else around. Are you near La Mirada?
Not really, but we go to the library there a lot, so.
Okay, I like this little flip on this hat. Damn it. This little flip.
Thank you.
Like that's it's funny. I raise this up a little.
Okay.
Now, at this distance now, let's talk about this because I think it's what we just looked at. I'm going to go bottom of the nose. I'm going to totally lock this up just like that Bill Anton thing we just saw. Not going to go that dark, but
Okay.
I have a black pencil here. I'll loosen it up a little. I'm going to do that with the side of my pencil.
Yes.
Because I want you guys, when you use things like smudging, to be very minimal with it. Don't get crazy with that.
Okay.
Right? If you go overboard with it, your drawing's going to look very 7th grade. Okay.
Yeah.
Because everybody was obsessed with it. I don't like that nose yet. Hang on. Actually, it'd be pointing down a little bit because he's looking down.
Okay.
And I'm just going to, and then, I might put that little thing. And I'm not going to put, I'm going to try and look at it and just go, what am I actually seeing?
Okay.
I don't want to, start putting things. And this is a really good exercise, you guys. If you look at people in the distance, especially in nice sunlight, and just kind of squint down and find all those shadow values and sort of boom, hone in on those shadow values. Because from a distance, I'm more or less seeing big masses and shadow masses. I'm not seeing pupils and all that kind of stuff. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, it makes sense.
So I want to use all these graphic tools to start to and now here's another thing. One hand is going to be sort of like that, I think. And the other one's something like that. I might not indicate much more of it. And why? Because if I go in, then I'm always looking at how this knee relates to that knee, correct?
Okay. Yeah.
So this knee's here. Where's this one land, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where that really screws people up, usually. Did me anyway. Make sure that this feels like it's coming. It's probably going to be a little more towards me a little bit. Make sure it feels grounded. Was he wearing in one of those fold-up chairs?
Yes. Yes, he was.
Those kind of do that, usually. Then they have this elaborate setup here. Usually, anyway. You know, where they have these kind of, and there's going to be a little connector thing there, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I just want to get enough of that to tell people like, oh, camping chair.
Okay. Got
That's
it.
what I'm trying to do is just go, okay, camping chair. All right, this is going to overlap in front of that arm.
Mm-hmm.
Put that little, I like that little thing on there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now he was sitting on cement, right?
Yes, he was.
Because you have to be there. And then here's another thing I might do. So let's just blot this out for a minute. Because I want to start talking about vignetting a little bit. Okay, then again, I'd probably come in here and find myself a shadow value. And I'm not being all perfect, you know, I just find that basic value.
Okay.
Side of my pencil, throw it in.
Yeah, got it.
Something a little bit there. So he's no, maybe not. No, you got it right, Clinton. You know, I might put a little shadow value under the end, you know, to show that little pitch in the knee, the kneecap.
Okay.
Depending on where the sun is, you might get a little value right there. Now, it's got a reel, let's say. And we got that, right?
Yes.
And then here's his, whatever you call that. I don't know anything about fishing. And then I might just go, okay, I'm going to put a float thing here.
Okay.
And then maybe that. And then I'd probably finish it with a little. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense.
So now what do? We sort of completed the idea, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Another thing I might do is just do it this way. I might take the side of my pencil and put down a tone. And I would do this with the side of my pencil. So I'd actually be putting in a tone like that, maybe. And then I might, so it would be a little more flat tone like that, maybe.
Okay.
So this, and then all I'm talking about here is different ways I could graphically solve these problems or have fun with them, really.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to take that out. And then I might just, you know, put down that tone nice and clean. And then I'd come in with my eraser and I'd shape it into this oval a little bit because I'd probably just put it down more or less as just a value. Then I'd take my kneaded eraser, I'd carve it into this oval.
Yes, okay.
And I'd take my pencil eraser or whatever, or the kneaded eraser, whatever. And I do this.
Okay.
And just get that little thing going, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So they're just fun little ways of graphically solving this problem.
Yeah.
You know, and then the one last thing I might do is I might, because I know that how that park works. I used to go there. And this is going to go crack, crack, drop down,
Exactly.
like that. And then I'm done. You might put a little bit of grass back here because it goes boom and then it goes into the grass, right?
Yes.
Well, that's where I jacked my knee up, was that place. But I still live with. And now we sort of completed that little scene. Yeah?
Okay. Yes.
I had this guy, I have a painting of him. It's a little sketchbook painting in watercolor of a guy fishing. This kind of redneck looking dude. And it was down at Lake Gregory, and he set up all his stuff to paint or to fish, right? You know, it's quite a bit of stuff. Casts out, and then I just had my sketchbook, and I wasn't like right on him or anything, but I was sort of over here, you know, there's people sitting around and stuff. And I'm painting him, and then he looks over at me, and then, you know, he was just weird about it. He didn't know what I was doing. And then he did that 2 or 3 times, and then he reeled his thing in, gathered up all his stuff, and went over to another part of the lake because he didn't like me painting him. He didn't know what I was doing. He probably thought I was a weirdo. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it was just funny. I got a complete painting of him, though.
That's nice.
Okay, so all that makes sense, yeah?
Yes, it makes sense.
By the way, they also have here in some of the parts so I'd probably take advantage of it. At regional, they have places. What's going on here? Oh, I hate it when it does this. I'm gonna put this over here, so maybe they'll start doing it over here. They have like a lot of stuff growing here. They even used to have cattails there, I think.
Okay.
You know, so I might put a cattail here. And then what does that do? It breaks up this bottom. It also tells the viewer like,
Yes.
oh, water.
Yeah, exactly.
Might put some here, and it just, you know, I'm not going to put a bunch of time into it or whatever. I just want to kind of, I'd look and see what kind of shapes I got there. You know, maybe these go ooh, and reflect into the water a little bit, you know, and I'm done. So what we're starting to talk about here is completing a scene and getting our heads out of what you probably all started in here doing, because that's how everybody usually starts. I go, okay, let's draw these buildings, and they're trying to fit the whole building on the page and everything. And it's like, that's not necessarily the best view.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Now, sometimes that's fine. But 90% of the time, if I'm doing a big scene or whatever, I'm going to vignette it. Or if I'm doing this kind of thing, it actually looks cooler to me than like drawing everything. Like sometimes I'll do that where I'll just go and I'll draw everything, and I go, look cooler when it was just a cool vignette.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to distill this down to what do I need for the viewer to completely understand this. Okay.
Okay.
And then when you vignette it and things, what muscle are you flexing when you do that?
Your brain?
Well, you're always flexing your brain. You're flexing editing and design. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes sense.
Because you're making decisions as to how to put that little scene together. And then if you want to go in whatever you want to go into, then you know how to stage. You're staging, editing, and designing. Okay.
Yes.
You have to get that into your head, you guys. You're not just sitting here drawing, you're flexing a whole bunch of muscles, and you got to think about that. And you got to kind of, you know, at some point it'll become second nature, but when you're doing this, and don't overthink it, just go, what do I need to say that? What do I need here with a Fisher guy? Need the line hitting the water, little ripple, that'll say that, what he's sitting on, and then everything else vignettes off, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that's how I would start approaching them, yeah?
Okay, got it.
Still jumping over here. I didn't do anything on this one. Why is it? I don't know if I did anything on that one either. Okay. I'm going to go to one maybe. Let's try this one. Let's see. Yeah, let's try this. Where's Maximus? Is it Maximus?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, what do you think?
Well, everything that you said, I need to complete my drawings a bit more.
Okay, this one here is getting a little more proportional.
Yeah, I was focusing more on like trying to get the detail of the face, and
Don't
Yeah.
think detail.
I know.
There's no such thing as detail. Look, let's look at this real quick. I don't think I brought this guy's drawings up. I think this guy's a badass. Hang on. He's got this one. Oh, here it is right here. Now, if you look at these here, smaller, or here, they look really finished out, correct?
Yeah.
But if I go in and I go, gosh, darn, I hate that. They're not finished out. I mean, they're finished out, but they're very simple. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And I think, look at that. I mean, these are so cool. From what I read about this guy was a trip. From what I read about him, he got fairly famous at the academy and stuff like that because he was operating in the 1800s or whatever. And he would get invited to all these society parties, but he was a very oddball guy. He was very short. I mean, really short. He was just kind of an oddball guy. But they say that he would just draw all the time. If he was like at a society event, he was just always drawing, right? And what I love about his drawings is they feel like specific people. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It doesn't just feel like a tossed off, like, yeah. It feels like, no, that's a specific person, you know? And then it takes my mind to like, who was this person? What was their life like? I mean, when it looks like a very, and I don't mean that it's all rendered out or anything. There's just such a strong sense of like, this isn't just a knocked off drawing, that this is, it was done very quickly, but it really captured the likeness and the personality of the person, right?
Yeah.
And that's that thing that I want you guys to think about if you're talking about illustration or entertainment design or any of those things, you know, don't just get all clinical about this stuff, because a lot of the stuff I see in entertainment design is very clinical. You know what I mean? It's like, this doesn't really have any personality or anything. You know what I mean? It's sort of almost like a technical drawing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's see if there's another good one. Look at that. I mean, isn't that great?
Yeah. I was trying to get very technical with the faces.
Okay, but let's look here. Look. What's happening here is he's knocking in, just like we've talked about. Look at this face. It's mostly defined by shadow value.
Yeah.
Look at the eye. It looks like he knocked in, just like I always do. He knocked in that whole socket and probably just went and pulled out that eyelid a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And then boom, boom. I mean, it's so painterly, okay? And then look, if you squint down, the only thing that's really defining this nose is this shadow value hitting the bottom of it to define that plane off the bottom of the nose, right?
Yeah.
Same thing here, same thing here. And then and then here. So what, you know, he might have gone in and thrown down a tone. Like if I was going to do this, I might throw down a tone and then pick out the main light. Then I go in and find those darker shadow values and shape those out and then pull that eyelid out. And then, you know, then I might go in and hit something with a pencil or you know, hit the bottom of the nose with a line a little bit. And then I'm dancing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I want to dance over this stuff. So here's Adolf Menzel right here.
That's a drawing.
That's a serious dude right there. You imagine this guy's your teacher. He taught at the academy. He was probably a hard ass. But anyway, he's a badass. There's some other ones. There's another one. And then look at his paintings. I think they were gouache. Look at that. Well, this is a good scan. You see that?
Yeah.
That is so cool, man. Look at the indication of the chandelier. I gotta say, look at that. No detail. That's all shape. That's abstract, correct?
Yeah.
Got to learn to think abstractly, in my opinion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's interesting. She was on the whatever you call that.
A swing. Yeah.
That's a good one. Where was this? A park?
Yeah, just a park by my house.
Parks. That's a good idea. See, this one's getting more proportional. Is this chronological? The page?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Now, and you're starting to do it a little bit here. Okay, see how much that one gets much looser, much more proportional. You see that?
Yeah.
Now I can come in here and go loosen this up a little bit. Oops. The hair is kind of doing that. I like that. Make sure you finish how the hair ends up down here. I haven't got it yet. You know, I like this over here. Again, make sure you kind of put that little break right there in there. A lot of times they have this little folded thing that does that too, but if you're further away, you're not going to see it. I think that little break right there where it goes, actually it goes up here. It goes up over your ear here.
Yeah.
And then like that. I think it's kind of important because I've drawn it a couple of times. Like, that doesn't look right. And you just got to get a couple little things right and then it's fine. I like that I'm seeing the bottom of this shoe, but I'd kind of shape it out a little bit because that foot is doing, you know, that typical foot thing, that little divot right there, right?
Yeah.
And even in a shoe, it's going to have a little bit of that. I also like that you kind of flipped it a little bit. So you're thinking about how that kind of raises up. And also, so she had her foot turned a little bit like that.
Yeah.
What's cool about that is that's a very nuancey little thing. Like it really shows you're looking. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I want to go to the zoo and draw, but you got to make reservations, which is just like, I don't want to do that. Unfortunately, people wear tight pants now, which isn't as interesting to me. You know, I might show a little bit of that pocket, a little bit of that. You did show a little bit of the seam. I think this is probably going to kind of come down like that. This is good. Probably going to get a little fold right somewhere in there.
Yeah, everyone's wearing tight clothes. They're at the park working out.
Oh, yeah, like yoga pants.
Yes, everything's smooth.
Not interesting. And then again, was she on the grass?
No, she was on a bench.
Oh, okay.
Her whole body was taking up the bench like a.
So here with her eyes, again, this is from a distance, right?
Actually pretty close.
Oh, okay. If it was from a distance, I just put that little socket in there. Make sure this is folding over right. And I see this one. Actually, might be tilted a little bit, but who knows? This I might throw into a little bit of shadow. You know, I don't know the bench, so I'm just going to put her on some grass.
Yeah.
You know, and then I can get a little bit, again, some little shadow value under here. Probably going to get a little bit of a fold right there, that, maybe there. And again, I don't want to overdo it, right?
Yeah, I didn't put much of the folds because
that one proportionally and everything is the most successful one I've seen.
Okay.
Like this one, the proportion's getting a little squat, right?
Well, it was more a gesture because she was walking away. So
this one?
Yeah, so I
But
didn't know
even
what
then,
to put.
it's a gesture. I just want to go. And just get that and try and get the proportion, you know, and then I'm going to adjust it. That make sense?
Okay, yeah.
And then where was the arm? You know, was this one kind of swinging forward? And I don't care if I make multiple marks. I'll pick the ones I like. This isn't.
She had weights in her hands. She was doing that kind of walk where you walk with the weights kind of thing.
So then I'd put those in. Whatever they were, I'm just making them up. Of course, I put barbells. They're probably those plastic sleek ones. Right?
They're little small ones.
I got it with the big barbells. But you see how we plus that up here, right?
Yeah.
It's not even plussing. It's just sort of taking it to a little bit of a finish. Give me more of this. This.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And try when you're doing these kind of, and a lot of these are more or less gestural. You're right. You know, I just try and go. And you have to be warmed up to do this, by the way. Because when I first start this, when I'm doing these quick gestures, they're a mess. You know. Just doing stuff like that. And a lot of times I'm looking for landmarks. Like I'm going, okay, there's the seam. Where's the seam in relation to the ear, like I always do? Where does this land in relation to the behind? Maybe your shirt was a little oversized and it goes like that. I'm thinking about where that cracks right there from the behind. You know, where's that calf? Where's that land? You know, what's this arm doing? Maybe there's a fold there or something, you know, and then I can, you know, all I need is that and I can build on it, right?
Yeah.
And I go, okay, that comes over here, you know, and then if they walk away and that's all I get, that's fine. It's a nice little gesture exercise. It's also an exercise in restraint where you're like, okay, it's fine. Like you get a bunch of the little ones like that. That's a great way to work, to warm up. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a quick question.
Sure.
When you're out just walking and you see someone who looks interesting to draw, but you wouldn't have time to sketch it because you're just walking somewhere, do you ever just take pictures of people to reference later?
I don't really. I don't think that's a
Okay.
bad thing to do at all.
Okay.
What I do, and I have to get a new camera to do this, Nick. I used to go out and because I'm not a good photographer, but I used to go out and do a couple of things. I like when I can look through the viewfinder because it has that window and I can just use it to go, that's a cool comp. And I just look at compositions. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just take a picture. I don't care if it's a great picture. I just want to see if my eye is picking up good compositions. Okay. Like, can I arrange this stuff in the frame? Then I do another thing and I'm starting to do it again, where I'll go and I'll you know, walk around the city or whatever. And I'll take my camera and I like to have a telephoto on it. And I'll find somebody that looks kind of interesting on the street or whatever. And usually they don't even see me because it's just a busy street or whatever. But if they're sort of anywhere near me, I'll act like I'll be looking over here. I'm pointing the camera kind of thing, but I'll look over here if they're looking at me a little bit. Like I'm looking over there, and then I'll kind of put the camera up and then I get it focused on them, and then I kind of tilt it over and get a shot of them. And then sometimes I like doing portraits in those from like painted or whatever. They're just fun exercises. And I like finding just my own photography, and I like finding people who I think look interesting. It's just fun to me. Does that make sense?
Yeah. And when you're drawing observationally, if you want to go back in to work a sketch of a person, do you ever like
Oh, I do
look
that
at
all
a
the
picture
time.
in? Okay. Because I don't know if
I
that
don't
would like
usually
cheat
take
it since it's observational and then
No,
you're
I don't
looking at
take a picture, but I go back and fiddle with the drawing a lot.
Okay.
Or not a lot. I mean, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But half the fun of this to me, whether I'm going out painting or drawing or whatever, like if I go out plein air painting or whatever, a lot of times and a lot of people do this. A lot of times I'll come back and I'll start fiddling with it when I get home, right? Because I have a very strong memory of the shapes and what I was seeing there because I was sitting there for 2 hours painting it, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of times I'll come, a lot of times what I like to do is when I go out sketching, then I'll go eat, right? I'll go somewhere and eat. And while I'm eating, I'll tweak my sketches a little bit. Like I go, oh, I'll punch a little value in there. You know what I mean? Or I'll put a little folder, you know, or whatever. And I plus them up. Or I might make up something in the background. I go, oh, I'm gonna put a castle in the background. This person looks like a whatever. I'm gonna put a castle back there and I'll just draw something back there. You know, I just play with them. And that's part of the fun of them. It's like I bring them back and it's like this, I get to play and tweak and screw around with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like right now I'm back into painting in my sketchbook again. So I want to get back into doing some bigger paintings again and gallery stuff and all that. But I go, I just need some time to just play before I do that. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And I love to just go and take my sketchbook. I don't know what it is about a sketchbook that I'm so obsessed with, but you know, and I have this nice little shelf easel thing, and I can just clamp my sketchbook to it with both pages open like that. And I just do a quick landscape painting in it, right? Or I do right now, I did a drawing of that red Volker guy. I'm going to go in and paint it at some point. I just haven't had time. And I also drag those things out, you know, which is fun to me because I like to have something to play with all the time that's just to play with. So like that painting, I'll drag it out. You know what I mean? I'll go in and do some washes and then take it wherever I take it. And then I'll go, okay, I'm out of steam a little bit. I'll look at it the next day and go, oh, I know what this needs. It needs a little reflected light. And I just like to have it to play with, to sort of keep my painting, you know, moving paint around, keep all those skills together. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
This is just fun. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How did you do this week?
I think I did okay. A lot of my sketches were really like small. They're like a couple of inches big because it was hard for me to draw big and then get it done because I could, yeah.
I think starting off like small ones, you know, you don't want to go this big, but I mean, you know, that big, that's fine. What's your major again?
Illustration.
And you want to do what?
I'm not sure yet. I just kind of like everything. I like that it's so broad.
But what turned you on to illustration, do you think?
Pretty similar to I think what Shannon said earlier, just how you can kind of like inspire people through like storytelling.
But where would that storytelling live, do you think?
I don't know.
The reason I ask is I want to make sure that you guys are, how long have you been at Fullerton?
This is my 3rd year.
Okay, we're a 2-year institution. I want you to figure it out. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because I want to make sure that you guys stay on a career path if that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that you start defining what you're doing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Or just defining where you want to go. And by the way, that definition can be very broad. Okay. I'm not saying it has to be like, oh, I want to do this one thing. I mean, I didn't want to just do one thing. I wanted to do a bunch of things. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like I like going like, okay, I just finished a theme park thing at Imagineering now. Somebody just offered me a toy job. I could float in a toy job. Somebody just called me up to storyboard and help them with some design for MTV. And then, you know, you're just jumping around. I loved all that. Okay. Now I was always working in house, and that's up to you how you want to do that. But you got to kind of figure it out and define it so you can start, because I always say I got to have a target to hit. Otherwise, how can I hit a goal if I don't have the goal fixed? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And the goal needs to be, don't do what a lot of people do and they go, I want to work for Leica. And you go, okay, that's great. That's great. Nothing wrong with that. But don't put all your eggs in that basket. Like Imagineering, I wanted to do work for Imagineering, but my thought in my head was like, that'll probably not happen. Who knows? And maybe it will, but it'll probably be 5 years in or something, you know? And then it happened just overnight, right after I got out of school, right? That's just, you know, they like my work, whatever, who knows? There's also a luck element in that. And don't, you know, what I think it's healthier to go. I mean, when I was coming out of school, I just go, I want to work. I want to be an art, you know, I want to be a working artist. I want to be a working designer. Give me work. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't fixated. Go ahead.
I think it's just because since illustration is so broad, just to know what you could do, because I don't know all the careers.
That's what I want to talk about in here.
Okay.
So I want you to go, I kind of was thinking this kind of thing or this kind of thing, because I was just talking to somebody yesterday about this. There's a lot of students that like, this is a very weird field. Okay, not weird, but it's sort of, and I think it's still a little bit like this because I'm seeing this across the board where there's a lot of you now who, instead of going, oh, I want to do entertainment design, you're going, I want to be an illustrator. That's a change in thinking. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I did that.
It's a change in thinking, and I'm actually excited about that because it's starting to go, okay, when you say illustrator, I love illustration. When when you say illustrator, that's exciting to me, because then it's sort of like, well, okay, but that's a big, broad field now, especially now, much more than it was when I was young. So, and it's fun to, you know, it's fun to hear old time, or annoying, but fun to hear old timers always lament print. You know, oh, print's gone, man. Illustration's dead. It's like, are you kidding me? Illustration's not even close to dead. There's way more avenues now for illustration than when we were young, because when we were young, the only avenue really was print. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I mean, you could go work for Imagineering or something like that, but you know, that's a little different. But so I want to start helping you guys define that, and it could be a very broad career or whatever, but you got to start somewhere, you know.
Yeah.
And you got to, and again, what I was going to say is, and I probably said this before, but like when I was in school, I didn't know anything when I came into school. Okay, I didn't know anything. But I knew when I got a piece in the student gallery, student show or whatever it was, and I might have won, I can't remember. That felt good to me. Okay. And that clicked something in my brain. I went, I like accomplishing something. That feels like an accomplishment. Does that make sense? And then I won the poster thing that was a big deal with the Red Cross and all that. Then you know, and then city or the community college district gave me a letter of recognition over. And then, you know, and then that set me into a path of like, okay, now I want to do that. I want to hit that. And I kept setting goals for myself that I could hit, but they were all climbing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because if you just go, I want to be a character, because this is what I hear all the time. I want to be a character designer. And I'm like, where? I don't know, Pixar, Disney. It's like, okay. That's nothing wrong with having that as an ultimate goal, but you better understand you're probably gonna have to work your way up to that. And man, you better be good at drawing. And man, you better learn life drawing, and you better learn design. And with a lot of people, I'm going, I don't see any of that. You know what I mean? You know what they're doing? They go take a character design class with none of those fundamental skills. You know, and they make total crap work. And it's like, I probably talked about this, but I've been really thinking about this. There's a problem with students that are looking at things they like, and there's nothing wrong with that. And then they're going and trying to draw like robots or monsters or whatever, right? And they're looking, I don't know, Carlos Wante or whoever. And then they're trying to do that. And it's like, you don't have any of the underlying knowledge that Carlos Wante has.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, don't you get it? Like, this is what people don't get. It's not about entertainment design. It's not about illustration. If you want to do those things, what it's about is your fundamental skill set. Like, forget about that. Forget about that. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to do that. That's fine, but just get it out of your head. Because what they're doing is they're copying surface knowledge with no understanding of how any of it works. And that's why it doesn't work from a design perspective. It's like, you don't get it. You don't understand how to fake anatomy, or like to do believable anatomy with a creature or a character or something, because you know absolutely nothing about anatomy, right? Like Carlos Wante knows a lot about anatomy. And then other people, Tara Whitlatch is a great example. She has a degree in zoology, and then she went and got a degree in illustration. Now, I'm not saying everybody has to take that path, but she's observational and looking at animals all the time. And guess who they call when they need new creatures for Star Wars? Tara Whitlatch, right?
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah, yeah. And by the way,
went into zoology too.
I'll post an interview with her because it's really interesting. I'll find it, and let me see if I can find her work here.
Yeah, I always think it's really interesting when artists take things from everything.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what's so exciting about it. You know what's so exciting about being a designer? Everything is research.
Yeah.
Everything's research. You go to some crazy party or some party, we go, wow, all these people are really, what a tripped out place, you know? What a weird scene. And then I just, boom, I go right in the corner, and that just makes me happy. And then I learn all this stuff about people, and I overhear things and I put it down. I go, God, this is like a culture I know nothing about. You know what I mean? Or my girlfriend just went down the winery. There's a winery down here. That would have been fun to sketch, you know? And it's a funny culture because it's a very, not always, but it tends to draw a lot of people who get pretty snobby about it, right? Which is funny. I just think it's funny. Oops.
Yeah, I think I'm doing what you're saying, just like focusing on my fundamentals. And I was just hoping, I guess, the whatever in illustration would just come to me, but I should probably be more active in figuring it out.
Well, what it is that you have to lay that foundation. I know it's a cliche, but you've got to lay that foundation to build the damn house on.
Yeah.
Right? And I kept thinking, I heard this quote somewhere and I looked it up. I can't find it, but so maybe it was just something popped in my head. Fundamentals are the foundation you build the dream on, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is. Like, you want to get up there and you want to do that kind of stuff. Solid drawing, solid design, solid color information and painting. Then take it into all these other great things, you know, digital painting, digital drawing, 3D design, you know, all those great tools that are out there. Then take it in there. But to be honest with you, I love all this technology, but in relation to my craft, it means nothing. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I love, and somebody called this old school, and I go, there is nothing old school about just giving a shit about your craft. Why is that old school? Why is using a pencil old school? That kind of stuff pisses me off. It's like, that's not old school. That's drawing. That'd be like if when acrylic came out, everybody was painting in oil. They go, oh, you're old school. Why aren't you using acrylic? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Acrylic dries faster. And then my answer to that, if I was an oil, you know, I am an oil painter, then I go, you don't get it, man. You're not an artist. You have to ask me that question. You don't get it. If you're asking me why I'm using oil as opposed to acrylic, you don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
So let's look. She has quite a few books out on her work too, by the way. I have one.
Mike, I have a question about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sometimes it feels like you have to be a master of one thing to move on to the next thing, to move on to the next thing. So in this case, like, should we master something or be generally good at everything?
No, I think it's not a matter. You don't want to like try and think like I'm going to master this and then I get to move on to that. Fundamentals can all live together, I think. Well, like at Art Center, it's half of your education. It's just fundamentals. Head painting, oil painting, figure drawing, analytical figure drawing, fundamentals of drawing, all that stuff. It all lives at the same time. And by the way, it all feeds each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I'll show you something real quick if I can find the clip, because I did a clip last night on knocking in a head form, right? So this idea we're talking about with like eye sockets and shapes and shadow values and using that to construct things and all that, that's painting. Okay, it's painting. That's why I like pencil so much, because I can basically paint with it. I could throw down a tone, pull something out, knock in a flesh tone, or knock in a eye socket, knock in a shadow off the bottom of the nose, all that stuff. I can do it very quickly, but it sets up the structure of the head, and then I build into it. And that's the same way you paint. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And you'll start seeing them. They need to feed into each other. Solid drawing, draftsmanship needs to feed into painting. And then color theory will feed in, hopefully, into your color knowledge and painting. Basic design feeds everything. And they all lock together at some point, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Then you start going in, like at Art Center, they would go, because you're chomping at the bit to get to all these cool things you want to do, because there were so many cool, amazing people there teaching all these amazing things. And they're like, you're not doing that yet. You don't have this shit, so forget it. And I believe in that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why Art Center is such a big deal. Not just Art Center. I use Art Center as an example because it's right there. And it's considered, and it is. It's a great place. So this is Tara Whitlatch here, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
But look, this is exactly what I like to point out with her. She starts here and then goes to here. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Like I have a book by her. It's really good. Every page of stuff she designs is, a lot of it's just straight drawings of like fish, whatever she's looking at, right? And you can see that there's a very strong fundamental understanding of these, of animals, right?
Yeah.
Actually, let's do this. Come on. I like her pencil drawings. The pencil drawings are cool. probably from the zoo. Look at these.
Hmm.
I just had a deer show up outside the window today. It's so cool. I love seeing that. So look at these. These are, who knows who they are. But okay, so my point though, she didn't just go, I'm going to go design crazy creatures. She went and learned how this, the animals work. How can I put these things together? How can I take information from animal physiology and all that into creature design? And then when you know a lot of things like this, we probably talked about this. I don't remember. I know I talked about it in another class. If you go, okay, we need you to design a creature or whatever, or a believable zoological animal, then the first thing you do is you're going to look at the script. You're going to talk to whoever you're talking to. You're going to go, where does it live? Oh, it lives on the planet, blah, blah, blah. We made up. What's the planet, blah, blah, blah. What's the atmosphere? Oh, it's a hot desert planet. Okay, good. Desert planet. Okay. What is it? Is it a beast of burden? Is it just a wild beast that we're going to see in a scene? How's it going to blah, blah, blah? It's a beast of burden. Okay. It's a beast of burden. Okay. So that means it's going to be big. It's going to be powerful. Okay. I got that. And you go down that rabbit hole of information, right? And then you go, okay, what's the closest thing? What's the closest place on Earth, let's say, I can relate the environment to? Okay. How hot is this planet? It's crazy hot. Okay, Mojave Desert. I think that's the hottest place on the planet, I think. What lives in the Mojave Desert? Burros, this. Okay, burros. What's the characteristic of it to endure in that environment? Oh, it has bigger nostrils, takes in more air at a time. It does this, it does that. It has to eat this, and it has to dig for water. So it has, all this stuff, right? And then you go, okay, I've got a bunch of characteristics here that I can kind of amplify and start putting things together. Does that make sense? It drives me crazy. This drives me crazy because I'm really focused on design right now as far as like what students are doing. And what makes me crazy is how they're all just surfacing, not all, but they're surface thinkers. And they're going, you go, hey, we're going to design, because I usually once in a while in this class, I'll do a zoological animal assignment. And they'll go right to Star Wars and start copying Star Wars, or right to some movie they like, or right to some character designer they like who does monsters or whatever. I'm like who's going to pay you to do that? Who's going to pay you to go, hey, I need you to create something for my environment? That's a very high level of design thinking. And then you're going to go like a little fanboy and go look at somebody's work and start copying it. Man, if I hired somebody and they did that, I would fire you immediately, right? Because I would find that insulting and stupid. I would just go, there's no way this person's going to be able to work here. Yeah. If that's their thinking, that means they're a fan person, they're an amateur, and they have no clue what high-level design thinking is. No clue. Now, number one, that person would never get hired, right? Because I would see right through it. I'd look at their portfolio and go, this person doesn't know what they're doing. But let's say they got through the door, or you inherited them, then you go, I got to get rid of this person, man. They just don't get it, And it's like, in that instance, when you're hiring somebody, I'm not hiring somebody to teach them. I'm hiring somebody who hits the ground running, knows how to do this stuff. Does that make sense? So anyway, she's doing this work here so she can do this crazy stuff. And also she has probably just an absolute love of animals and drawing them. And I just think it's really cool. Look at this page. See what I mean? You need to do that. Or David Coleman, he's another great example. Guy that just, studied the hell out of animals, and man, can he jump off the cliff with all that anatomy and put it all together and pose them and design the hell out of him. And you can look at his pages on character stuff, and it looks like 15 different artists doing it, because he's so fluid in his design thinking and so fluid in his understanding of anatomy and form. Does that make sense? Want everybody to design thinking, go out and expose yourself to great design. It could be fashion design, furniture design, whatever. Go out and look at all kinds of design and start getting a high level taste eyeball for what is good. You know what I mean? All right, now I just went down a rabbit hole, sorry. Okay, Kayla.
Yep.
Okay, we got the same issue here. Like here, we got to get into these interiors, right? And it's not just folds and all that stuff. Like on things like that, were these yoga pants or just regular pants? What were they?
Yeah, they were kind of tight pants.
God, I hate those pants. I just saw somebody wearing them the other day, and they were sort of like flesh tony, which is really weird, like peachy.
Yeah.
And and then I started thinking about it, and I go, God, these things are kind of weird. How they're really just another skin over your skin.
Yeah.
They kind of show everything, and it's just I don't know. It's kind of weird to me. This is fun.
They were in a hammock.
I can see that. Okay, same thing. We got to get in the interior here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, this is 2. Are these chronological?
Mm-hmm.
Because these feel a little more like that, and then they're going a little less as I go on. Yeah.
It's because they were sitting, so I could draw. I had more time to draw them, and then the other ones were
Like
at the part they were moving more.
This is better. This is better. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my last page.
Now we got it. We got to be careful with this. This sort of itchy, furry line making, right?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Now, I could go find you people, and that's sort of a stylistic thing they do, but it's a little different. And that's fine. God, there's a guy. I always forget his damn name. Oh, I know who it is. But and then this feels sort of random. These two, right?
Okay.
Now, again, you don't always have to do this, but I do like doing this. I might lock that eyeshadow together. I like to put, and you don't have to do this either all the time. I like to put a little value on that nose. See how it just shifts it out and pulls it forward a little bit? I might do again, take advantage of this. This is just a graphic thing where I can take advantage of it, and I get a big shadow mask, which helps lock things together. Yeah? I'm going to put a little indication of that cheek mask, maybe. Kind of unify this a little. What kind of beard did he have?
Kind of scruffy.
Okay. Because he looks like that type. I'd probably find myself a little curl language here. So that, and the main place I got to show this is sort of on the edges, just like the leaves on the tree, remember?
Yeah.
So I can get a little of that. See how that loosens that up a little bit?
I like it.
Now here, I don't think this one feels a little off to me. So I might go, there's probably something here. Maybe. This is going to go in front of that. That's fine. What's this here?
Like the table number for their order.
So if I don't put that arm in there, I might just push that a little bigger. And then this thing's like one of those little spiral things. So I'd make sure that I might just use that as a, or like that.
Okay.
It's one of those little spiral things, right? That you stick it in. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I could maybe just put a little indication of that arm over there. This sleeve would come down a little lower. Again, it might have a fold right there. And obviously I have to make this up something out there. Now this is probably going to come out a little here because he looks like he's a little heavier, right? And then that means that right here is about the top of the belly. If you got a little bit of a belly, one of the ways I can indicate that is just bink, put that little thing there, right?
Okay.
So I'm looking for, what are we looking for? We're looking for basically a graphic shorthand, correct?
Yeah.
And then this, you know, it could do a bunch of things here. God, it pisses me off when it does that. This might just be like that. Maybe you might get something here. I don't know. It doesn't feel right to me, so I'd have to look at that. I don't think this one would be here like that. But it might pull away that way. I don't like that yet. It's too strong. Then there's going to be the seam here. If I see any of that, I don't want to overdo it. If I can see any of the collar, even if I can, I might add it in just to finish that off a little bit. Might put a little bit of his hair back here, maybe. Just to push that idea of he's kind of, I love the little flip. You got the little flip in the hat. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Might pull these out a little bit. I'm guessing he was wearing wraparounds, correct?
I couldn't see. I think there were just sunglasses on his hat.
Yeah, but usually these kind of guys wear wraparounds for some reason. And then, like, you know, here, see, I don't want to do the stitchy line here. I want to do a solid swept line. So I get, that's mechanical, right?
Okay.
Then maybe I might put a little indication of the table right here so his arm has a reason to finish. Then I might even go, you see how that just helps finish it out?
Mm-hmm.
Like that little, these little things are very simple. God, that's annoying. For simple little things. And then another thing I might do is, you know, if this is a, I might make it a clear cut. Now I could just put a logo on it. We did that earlier, remember?
Yes.
So this one, maybe I take the side of my pencil. Don't want to touch the edge because, and then maybe up here it could either get lighter or darker. It just depends on the lighting. Put just a tone in there, and then I might just take my eraser. And get a little drink in there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then what I'm saying here is that you can just pop something in there and it'll help sort of finish the idea. Now, I don't care if you guys focus on that right now. I just want you to focus on people. I'm just kind of showing you kind of the next step of it, correct?
Yeah, I like the additions.
Yeah. And, you know, they don't have to be big deals, right? It's just sort of like, as soon as I put those two things in there, everybody goes, oh, two guys at Applebee's or wherever. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So do you understand how we have to go in and sort of get into these interiors a little bit? Be careful with these legs. I don't think that's how they wouldn't be sort of like that with each other probably, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like I've had people, and it's a typical thing, kind of a cartoony thing, where I get people, I haven't had anybody do it in here yet, but they'll draw a person and then they put the feet like this. Nobody stands like that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now you might have this foot off a little bit and this one a little more facing. And that feels, you know, and then it feels like his hand should be in his pockets. Now you could have that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that feels a little more natural. So watch those, you know, and then when I'm building the feet, I think we talked about this, the pant leg or whatever, then a lot of times I just start with a sort of a wedge idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I might put that little flip in there. This is heel. This section, the ball front part of the foot is in front of the heel, right?
Yeah.
So I always think of it that way, that there's two sections of it. So I'm sort of looking at it with those two sections in mind, where I can put that mass in front of that heel mass, and it really defines the shape of the foot because the foot drops down off that arch right into the ball of the foot, and that's very clearly a section in front of the heel. So if I place those two things in front and back of in front of each other, whatever, it's going to read much more. It gives me something to give that foot a little bit of depth. And also to sort of indicate a little bit of, again, that shoe is designed around the anatomy of the foot, correct?
Yeah.
So if I give the viewer a little bit of information there, it's speaking to the anatomy of the foot, even though it's in a shoe. Okay. And I don't mean get all over, once I put that, then I can just go, okay, I'm going to put a few little things on it and I can, build it out. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Here, this is an opportunity again to do something really fun with your graphic language, right?
Okay.
So, I might, or maybe, and then I like to just kind of vignette them off like that one sometimes when I'm doing this kind of thing. And I might put a tone down. I'd look at what the water's doing and all that. And I'd squint down and I'd go, how do I simplify that idea, right? So if they're moving at a good clip, there might be, a little wake in here. Might be that simple. Maybe it's sort of doing a some sort of graphic thing that I can take advantage of. Maybe I have this sort of reflecting into the water a little bit. What you want to do is find all these graphic solutions to things that are reading as, everybody reads it as drawing, and they are drawing, but it's graphic solutions, correct? That book I showed you, Norm stuff, that's all graphic solutions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, he was the king of that. Okay, questions? Anything?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
So I want you to start telling me, start focusing on what you want to do. What do you want to do?
Okay.
And by the way, it doesn't have to be one thing. There's people that specialize that go, God, I just love doing this. And that's totally fine. And then, there's also the generalist thing. We kind of think more towards generalist because you go into really strong fundamental skills or whatever. Let's say you go in as a prop designer or whatever. We should go and start working, and then somebody sees like, oh, you can do this, you can do that. And you might, and then, they might go, hey, your job's coming up or whatever. Your contract's going to be up, if this job's almost over. And then they're, and then you might know what they're looking for. And you go, hey, aren't you looking for a blah, blah, blah designer? And an environmental designer. And they go, yeah. And they go, and I can do that. And they go, really? And then you show them stuff and they go, oh, wow. Because they're going to want to hire you more probably if you're good, because they already know you. They've already worked with you. They already know you're reliable. They already know you're good. So then they're going to go, okay, yeah, I'll hire you. Right? Because if they're like me, and I'm sure they are, I hated hiring people. I hated that process. You know what I mean? Getting calls from HR. Hey, Mike, you look at those 50 portfolios I sent you? No, I don't have time. Well, we got to get that position hired and And it's like, God damn it. And it just put me in a bad mood all the time. I'm like, okay, Friday, I'll look at these damn portfolios. Then I go through the portfolios and 90% of them are crap. And I would literally go through them in 2 seconds. I literally open it up and go, well, that's crap. Shut it. Okay, what's this one? I didn't look at the resumes. I didn't look at the experience. I didn't look at the cover letter. Never looked at the cover letter and this doesn't say don't do a cover letter. I never looked at them. Okay. Why did I never look at them?
Because you cared about what they made.
No, that I would look at the work first. But the reason I never looked at cover letters, and I told HR this, I go, why would I look at their cover letter when you've told them what to put in their cover letter? Like these key words, that's how they're filtering through all this crap, which I think is BS, and they're bing, picking out these keywords, and that one gets kicked over to look at. And it's like, okay, so now you've told them what to say in there, and it's all over the internet. You see this all the time. I work well, creative thinker. I think outside the box, which is just like a bunch of cliches. And then they always go, work well in a fast-paced, dynamic environment, blah, 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 blah. So why would I read them? They all say the same thing. It gives me no sense of who you are. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And it's like the one way to probably get around that, and I probably said this in here, but I've seen certain things where people present themselves in a way that I go, let's say on their website or whatever, where they have their own bio there. And if I like the work, and I like the experience, and I might jump over to their website and take a look, and maybe there's a bio thing. And if the bio is like well written and like the imagery is fun and all that kind of stuff, it can really help, because you're looking for a person who's cool and you can work with, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So if that sort of shows that, then you go, I want to talk to this person. They seem like they're fun. They got a good sense of humor or whatever. Now, the other side of that is you go to their website and their bio or whatever, and it's all cheesy, trying to be cool stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Or I'm really into cosplay. Oh, you're into cosplay? I'm out. I'm not hiring you. Because again, that starts to speak to like, it just, for me, it speaks to sort of cheesy thinking where you're still in that sort of fanboy culture. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want anybody in that. I wanted people who were design thinkers, who were like, I like, let's say, toy design or entertainment design. I like that because it's just a high level of design stuff. And I think like a designer, and I want to make really great product, regardless of who, whether it's a Disney product or a Marvel or whatever. I just like sinking my brain into a tough design problem. And I could also go over here and design really bitchin' toasters for Leslie, and I'd be totally happy. That's the kind of thinker I want. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, other people might be different. I just don't, if I see that stuff, it starts to indicate to me that they're not out of fan culture. I have a problem with that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I think
And,
it's just figuring out how proficient you need to be in the fundamentals to be able to figure out what you can like get into more or specialize in.
yeah, but I also think you can think about that. That discussion really is just about like, what do I want to do? I want to do that. I'm really into that. Okay, let's start working towards that. But I also think that the more I really do think it's really important. And I'm going to change this in all my classes since we're back on campus. We're going to do some trips to just good design thinking places. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that'd be really helpful.
So maybe go to the Pacific Design Museum, or maybe go to the Helms Bakery District is a great area where it's just like high level Finnish, Finnish minimalism from Finland. And, they put together these amazing like presentations of rooms, and, that couch is $8,000, and it's not about the money. It's just about the design thinking there is so high. It's a great place to go look at stuff. And I like to get people in there because some of the stuff you have to learn to understand, like in that place, there's a place there and they have these amazing rooms, that they put together, and they're pretty over the top, a lot of them. And like, you can always, and a lot of it's just because kids haven't been exposed to it, but like the ones who to me have been in the design thinking area, at the school for a couple of years or whatever. And they're going, what's that? That's super cheesy. Where are you going to put that? That right there starts to make me go, you don't get it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not saying they have to like all that stuff, but I think they have to understand why it's good. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You got to go in there and go, wow, this is like mind-blowingly cool. You put this all together, And there's a lot of places you can go to like that, where it's just like, let's get out of our own ecosystem. You know what I mean? It could be fashion. It could be, we could go over to FIT'em and probably look at a bunch of cool stuff, like fashion stuff.
Yeah, that'd be really fun.
Yeah, and start talking about design thinking, and then go to the Helms Bakery District, go over to that place, get something to eat, and draw people over there, because there's areas out there where you could draw people, and then weave in and out of these shops and stuff, and start to expose. College to me, part of what it's supposed to do is broaden out your horizons, and start to make you see bigger things. Like when I came into school, I knew nothing, and man, when I got into art history, I just ate it up. I was like, this is awesome, man. You just sit in here and they talk about this stuff and show you all this cool stuff, and you go, hey man, I don't get that. And they go down the whole rabbit hole and explain it to you, and I thought that was the coolest thing in the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you got to take art history, by the way. Everybody.
Yeah, those field trips would be fun because it helps connect like the fundamentals with what you could do with them.
Yeah. And also another thing I'm trying to do is that a lot of students, I was talking about this yesterday, I might have said it earlier, but they go, I want to do that. And then you go, and you start to learn what their brain likes. That's what really fun to me. And you go, you don't want to do that. You want to do that. And then at first they'll go, what's that? I don't even know what that is. Then I'll take them wherever I can to show them. And I'll go, it's that. And they go, oh my God. And you see their brain go, bing. That's what I've been looking for. You know what I mean?
That's awesome. Yeah.
Like I want to do that. And it happened to me when I went to Art Center because I had this weird, I don't know if I ever said this. I had this weird brain when I was a kid where I was obsessed with pins. Okay. When I was a little kid, like my mom would take me to the market, you know, we go to the market. I'd go boom, right to the stationery section. I mean, what like 7-year-old kid does that? You know what I mean? I go right to the stationery section. I'm looking through all the pins. And it's so weird when I think back on it now. And it's really proof to me that your brain is sort of hardwired a certain way. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, hey, Mom, can I get that marker right there? And I didn't know exactly what I was looking for, but I was obsessed. In my 7th grade yearbook, it said I was either going to come back as a pro surfer or a marker. Right? That's how weird. I mean, I don't think of it as weird, but that's how focused I was on this. And I didn't know, like, I knew I wanted to be an artist or whatever, but I wasn't putting anything together. I had no knowledge or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd go to, I remember Pick and Save used to have a big stationery section. I used to love going there, and I didn't know what I was doing, right? And then I was and then I'd go steal pencils from the bowling alley, because the pencils in the bowling alley when I was a kid, they were probably like a 6B. They made a really dark mark.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd go swipe a handful of them. And I draw with him, and something about the density, I didn't know any of this, but it was the density of the mark making that I was after, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when I got, so then I was at Fullerton, and I started getting teachers, and they go, you need to go to Art Center. Like, you got to Art Center, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I don't know what that is. And then Marciano goes, here's a flyer, you know, it was like a card or whatever. He goes, they're having an open house this week and you're going. And I respected him. So I go, all right, fine. Went over, they totally were having an open house. I got my mind blown. But the thing, and this is why I think this is important for me as an instructor to talk about. I went over there. I didn't know anything about industrial design, but that Visconti stuff and all that pin stuff, that's a total Art Center thing. I went over there and I saw that, and it was like, whoa, like, you know, it all glowed. And I was like, oh my God, I found like the Rosetta Stone. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, holy shit, that's what my brain's been looking for my whole life. And I had no idea it existed. Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
So I see people, and I don't think it's unusual. I see people, and I can tell after a while, I can go, I know where your brain is. And it's not that thing. You think it's that thing because you don't know about this other thing. And that's as close as your brain can get to it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then you go, I think you want to do that. And a lot of times the bingo light goes on just like that, because I had that experience. I mean, I can't tell you, that was so weird to me. Like going to that environment, it was mostly industrial design, even though I want to be an illustrator, but I'm like, that's a component that to my skill set that I got to learn. And I want to do that kind of stuff. I want to be able to weave into that and weave into this and make this kind of product, and do fashion stuff and work on a theme park and work on packaging and I want to do all kinds of stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I did, and it was super fun. So like any crazy stuff that I talk about, I want to make this clear. Now I lost my train of thought. Oh, well. Oh, whenever I tell stories about like, oh, this crazy stuff at work or whatever, I'm just telling you things to watch out for. And I'm just trying to give you a heads up about professionalism. And I'm just trying to give you a heads up about what not to do. And usually those stories are my bad behavior. Don't do that. Okay. But 90% of the time, the whole thing was a blast. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And it's still a blast. Teaching's a blast. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm just looking through here.
Thanks for all your advice.
Well, hopefully we can hone in on it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking for one more. Because, okay, so by going through all these things, you guys, I'm basically covering the same problems probably most of you are going to have. Does that make sense? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Where's, because we all have the same stupid problems. Value, line quality, not hitting into the interiors, hanging on the outline. You guys are seeing that, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
People always think their problem is unique, and 90% of it isn't. 99% of it isn't. Where's Cindy?
I'm here.
What do you think?
So some things I noticed while I was drawing, I need help with the toning. And then I also, like on multiple pages, I tried drawing the same person, but in different views. And I think I have an issue with keeping their face consistent and their body.
Okay,
And then
right
also,
now, right now, don't worry too much about that yet. Okay. Does that make sense? Because right now we just want to get this, like a lot of times when I go out and draw, by the way, I don't give a crap about likeness. I just want to draw people. I want to get drawing, you know, and then I might go, wow, that person's really unique looking, and I'm warmed up, and I go, okay, now I'm going to hit the likeness. But a lot of times I don't, it's just about mileage and having some fun. A lot of times I'm pushing the shapes. And when you're first learning this, I don't really want to pile likeness onto it right now. Does that make sense?
Okay.
I'll talk more about likeness later on. Right now, we just need to get, and by the way, okay, so is this one here from Life?
Yeah.
So where was this at?
Well, I drew most of these at home.
Okay. Then.
This was my mom.
And they're not from photographs, right?
No.
Okay. Okay, so what's your major?
Fine arts, but I'm interested in stop motion animation.
Okay, you got to talk to Frank. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Frank loves stop motion animation. He's trying to put together a program for that. Okay, so what I'm seeing here is you got a lot of good. So you've had life drawing, I'm assuming?
No.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that kind of makes sense actually, because you have a good sense of like proportion, and it looks like likeness to me. Like this is a pretty good drawing right here. And you are starting to get in here and placing this foot here and all that foreshortening. That's not easy. Now here, the main thing I'd say with what I'm seeing a little bit here is you're sort of doing this outline thing, even though it's pretty accurate, fairly accurate. But you see how this is starting to get a little rigid here,
yeah.
right? So again, I can soften that, flip it. But one thing you want to do is when you're drawing, and they'll tell you this in life drawing a lot. There we go. That, you know, when you're doing that block and the gesture or whatever, and I'm just going to really do this loose, right? And they'll go draw through this form, right? And you're doing it very light and loosely. And you're thinking about what you're trying to do is when you're drawing a form, you do this very light. If I have this upper chest part, you know, it has volume and form. Does that make sense? So when you're taking that line, you want to kind of draw through that form a little bit. And it's going to help you start to get into the interior and start to give it a little bit of volume. Does that make sense? So, okay, so you look like you have how are you blocking these out?
So initially I did kind of like what you were doing, where I do circles and like rectangles just to put out the shape. But then when I was doing the lines on top, it was getting kind of confusing with the sketches underneath.
Sure.
So I erased it.
No erasing.
Okay.
Don't erase are you talking about you erased your construction lines?
Yeah, because sometimes it looked weird. Like it just looked like fuzzy lines.
That's a bad habit to get into. Okay. Because and it doesn't really look like that's what's happening here, but what that tends to do is stiffen you all up. What it also tends to do is disconnect everything, which is why we're getting like all this flatness in here, right? Because there's things happening in here. Oops, that's not good. You know, this forearm could overlap this bicep a little bit, right? This doesn't make sense. It needs to, maybe it comes down and kind of folds over. Maybe there's a fold here somewhere, or maybe here, who knows? I hate these damn yoga pants. They're just not that fun to play with. This is, but what is working, this is great, this little thing here, get this sort of worked out, whatever was going on there. But see how we can just add a few folds and it just helps? And then, I could loosen up her hair a little bit. this. Okay, again, I don't know if she looks pretty young, correct?
Yeah.
Now, another thing, I'd probably get rid of some of that. See, that softens her up a little.
Mm-hmm.
These, okay, so now see how the face is starting to get very flat? Everything's laying on the surface.
Yeah.
Why is that?
Maybe I should have put some lines like where the cheeks are.
It's because this, okay, so I was talking about this. There's and I don't think this is bad or anything, but there's this sort of thinking, and it comes out of, I think it comes out of when you're a kid, of this idea of the sort of almond shape with the circle in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is fine, but there's also like, there's some value in here. See, that instantly gives it a little bit of form.
Mm-hmm.
Now you also got to learn how to just do that with line and stuff, and you can.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe and then like up here, looks like you did a little bit. I'm gonna go to a black. I'm probably gonna heavy up this upper lid a little bit. And then here, wherever the light was coming from, there might be a little cast shadow off that nose. And that defines the bottom of the nose, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's too dark, hang on. I don't want it to become too much of a thing. Hang on. Damn it, I'm on the same layer. Let's try this. I don't want it to look like a mustache. So I'd knock that down a little bit, and then I'd probably go back in, get that nostril back in there and that. And then this upper lip would probably be in shadow. And then I probably wouldn't see outlining lips. That's starting to become like that stuff you think of when you're a kid. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Now, not that you can't, you know, stylistically outline the lips. Sometimes people do it. They do it a lot with comic books and things like that. But the thing I try and take advantage of here is this upper lip is in shadow. It's a down-facing plane, correct?
Mm-hmm.
This is an up-facing plane. So what I usually tend to do is I try and go, okay, I have this plane, this one, and then I'll just throw that little bit of a shadow value under the lip. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, that's not the only way you can do it or anything. But see how it starts to give her face a little bit of form?
Yeah.
And then, you know, it's just can I see her arch here a little bit, or zygomatic arch here a little bit? She looks like she has pretty healthy cheekbones, you know, like you can see them a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, maybe I'll soften that up. So I think your thing, and then, you know, this ear would probably break there a little bit. I'd probably put that little bit of, a little bit of that mass of the jaw right there against the, you know, really subtly though, not that much. A little bit of this, a little bit in here probably. Then I know in here, there's a little dark divot right there that happens. So I'm gonna get a little of that. And then I might put a little tone on the nose. I just like to do that.
唔需要，佢哋知道你出去行噶啦。哎呀，唔使打啦，快去一隻。
I don't know what that was. Okay. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's getting a little looser. I'd probably try and just find maybe one other fold that comes across here or something. And then I'd soften this up a little. This shoulder needs to get softened up a little. I don't like that. Might be a fold here I could get in there. I don't know. Soften that up a little. Maybe this. And then here I could put a little tone in there and separate that neck a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nice and soft. I'm trying to keep things soft with, younger people, women, all that stuff. Maybe just a little. What we want to do is we want to stay in sketching right now and not get into like all these finished drawings. That makes sense. Although you got a nice sense of proportion, that's going to really help you out. Am I answering what you're asking?
Yeah. I was also wondering about vignetting, because I feel like I could do better in terms of placing drawings on the page, because there's one where I have like two of my friends, but it just doesn't look right. Like they're on
this one?
No, they're on like two different corners. I think it's the first one. Yeah, like that.
What do you mean they're in two different corners?
I don't
Oh,
know.
are they okay? How are they in the same scene?
Yeah, they were, but I feel like I should have done it horizontal instead of vertical, because they were at the same table on the same side.
But how's this one so much lower than the other one?
No, it's just because I drew them completely like in different places.
Oh, well, there's nothing wrong with that. But look, there's some of this that, yeah, I'll go in and go, I'm going to draw that scene or whatever. But there's a lot of this that I'm reacting to what I throw down. Does that make sense? So like if I'm throwing this down, I go, okay, it's on a vertical. I should have done it on a blah, blah, blah page. Then it's all right, well, I'll just draw her over here like you did. And then maybe I'll do another drawing and I'll do it that way. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Like right now, you just want to burn through drawings. I do this constantly where I call it, I meant to do that. So I have all these pages, like I have some pages of jazz musicians and they kind of vignette off. And I like the way they look, but they vignette off because I didn't place I didn't kind of make sure that the whole figure or whatever is going to fit on the page, which I actually think it's more interesting to vignette it off. But it was really a reaction to like, oh crap, this is going to go off the page. How do I use my design thinking to make that look cool? Right?
Yeah.
Like, and then I just call it, I meant to do that, right? It's like you do something crazy and then you go, oh, I meant to do that, but I didn't. I'm improvising, right? So I think drawing them separately is fine. If you wanted to put them, I'd have to see like, so were they both like, here's the edge of the table and they were both like on this side of the table?
Yeah, the one on the bottom was on that side, the part that you just drew.
Yeah, then it should have probably been horizontal, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah. But then you're just going, okay, next time I know that. I mean, a lot of this is experience. You just got to do it, right? And a lot of this is experience. A lot of it's mileage, right? I'd say just no more erasing lines, sort of draw through the form, try to get in that interior a little bit, all right? Because you have a lot of proportional and you're seeing pretty well, it looks like to me. Okay?
Okay.
Any other questions?
No, that was it.
Okay. Yeah, you got a lot of good proportional stuff. This is from life?
Yes.
Who's that?
That's my sister.
Oh, okay. Good. You're taking advantage of people in the house.
Yeah.
How long you been at Fullerton?
I'm in my first year, but this is my second semester.
Okay, good. Oh, good. Okay, so now you got to bring what we're talking about in here, because I like that when I get you early, right? So they were sitting here doing this for quite a while?
Well, the one on the bottom, she was watching the TV, and then the one on the top, she was cooking.
Oh, okay. So I thought she was like doing her hair or something.
No.
Really good, because like when you get in, I always tell people this, like if you got somebody in the house, like people do some sort of sedentary activity in the house. It's usually watching TV. And then they're just sitting there for a while. You know what I mean? Then if you get lucky, they fall asleep or something. You know?
Yeah.
And by the way, I think doing portraits of relatives and things like that are just sketches. Like I'm really pissed off that I didn't do that with my dad, that I didn't go and like draw him all the time. I really wish I would have done that. You know, that was a mistake. Okay, it's noon. Let's take lunch. And then I'm going to go through some more of them. Yeah.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
And take some questions and things like that. Okay. Let's do 12:40. Okay.
Okay.
All right, you guys.
Thank you. Cool.
Let's get 12:40. I just want to go through questions because I just want to continue this week with people. What I'm going to do next week, I think I already said it. Next week, I'll probably talk about stylizability, but next week, I'll probably talk about crowds. Populating the scene now, taking the environmental information we've been doing and populating it with a crowd. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Which is it's pretty simple actually, but you just have to get used to it. Because when you're doing these environmental scenes, you want to put some people in there for scale, for movement, for, just so it looks alive, right?
Right.
Right.
And it's really just going to be it's just kind of what we're doing, only I'll show you anyway. I'll show you next week. And then hopefully I'll have that video done. I can get that up there and then we can start talking about stylizing and then we'll start talking about stylizing people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what I really want to do, let me just real quick, see if there's anything really standing out to me. Which I doubt if there is. So a lot of it's just the same thing I've been saying with the last ones. Does anybody have specific questions on these?
Nope.
Hang on. Let's look at these.
I do have a question.
What's that?
I'm trying to be more intentional when I go out and do like my sketching and stuff. And I was trying to, at least for the first couple of pages, like trying to frame it a little bit more with like utilizing drawing foliage and stuff. And then I'm trying not to do like random mark making. And I don't know, I feel like when I do something intentionally, it sort of ends up in the wrong place. And then I know you're like, don't erase, but like, it's just wonky. And so like, I try to either go over it but then if I go over it too much, then it starts to look funky. So I don't know. I kind of was in this vicious cycle of like putting something in the wrong place and then like just kind of not scribbling over it, but I don't know.
I think it's sort of learning it sounds to me like it's sort of learning how to interpret what you're looking at on paper. Is that?
Yeah. Yeah. And I'm trying to, I know you talk about like, don't draw fast, but also too, when people are moving.
Now you have to, when you're doing this from observation stuff, yeah, you got to throw it down and all that stuff and get it on paper and all that. And there's a certain amount of quickness to that. What I'm trying to get to is like, don't just focus on speed, because that's what a lot of people do. And they think focusing on speed is going to make them faster. And it's actually not. It's going to make you skitter over the stuff that's really important, because you're just like, oh, I threw the whole person down. It's like, yeah, but the whole thing looks like shit. So who cares? You know what I mean? It could be I probably said this already, but like when you're learning music, you learn a song very slowly. And when I was learning music, I went to my teacher and I go, I got this song down, but I can't play it at speed. And he goes, don't worry about that. Just keep playing it. Next week, I can play it at speed because the muscle memory, right? Okay, my hands are getting used to doing this. Okay, all right, now it's getting faster and it's getting more, the rhythms get more nuanced and all that kind of stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
What I'm seeing here is kind of the same thing, because it's gonna be the same comments usually when we start this stuff. Like when you're doing this, like see how they're getting pretty stiff here? Not this one so much, not this one as much, this one, because it's still hanging on go through my tea and coffee too fast.
Same.
When I'm like okay, so let's just see if we can do something here. Now, number one, that leg, it feels a little weird, like it's an unnatural posture. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was trying to get motion, like, and moving forward. And also to like not only interpreting that from like a profile view, like obviously you can see someone because their legs are separate when they're, you know, in profile. But
here's what I'd say about that though, is like, don't start, I would say, because we'll talk about people in motion coming up or whatever. Don't start focusing on it too soon. Right now, you just need to throw down people. Does that make sense? Like, don't start going, oh, I want to put them in motion. You got to figure out how this all works first. Then you can start putting them in motion, right? So I wouldn't get really specific yet on stuff. You know, you just want to go, there's somebody sitting there, boom, I'm going to draw them. And there's somebody,
okay.
Because we'll talk a little bit more about motion later. And one of the places, there's certain places you can go, and we'll talk about this later. I wouldn't worry about this yet. Where you can see like, well, now right now you probably can't, but where you can see a repetitive motion and a repetitive complex motion. One of them is the bowling alley. And what's interesting about the bowling alley is you look down a row of people, guess what? They're all either in this position, the one where they're coming down the thing, or the one after they throw in the ball and they do that thing where they kick their foot behind their other foot, right? They're basically in those three big things, right? So I might go, I really like the way they kind of have their ball right here and they kick their hips forward. You know, they always do that. You know, and they kind of do this, you know, and go, okay, I like that pose. And then, so I can look down that lane or all those lanes, and there's always somebody in that position. There's always somebody starting to move forward. There's always somebody it's in their follow through. I can keep getting those same weird pose, because those are weird poses. You don't pose like that any other time. And I can go in there repetitively, you know, tennis might be another one, baseball, you know, they're in interesting poses, action poses and stuff, but they're also in repose a lot too. They're just sort of at rest a lot, you know, but they're never like somebody in sports or whatever, or, you know, like, I don't know, baseball or whatever. I don't know anything about sports, but even if they're at rest, they're still alert. There's still a certain kind of posture that happens there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Another thing when we get to it is you just go, like, the park's a great place, the mall's a great place. And I just park myself on a bench at the mall, and there's a nonstop stream of people going, right? Then I go, boom, I flash freeze that person in that motion where that foot's, you know, this foot's up, this foot's like that. And then they're out of that motion, then they're going to go right back into that motion, and then they're out of my view. And then somebody else comes in, guess what? They're another human, and I just start adding to it. And I start understanding, you know, the walk cycle in motion. Does that make sense? And it's tricky because you got to sort of freeze it, and then you got to go, okay, I didn't get enough information there, but here comes another human. They're still a human. They still walk basically the same.
Right.
And you can, because what I don't, and then you can also look at a breakdown of a walk cycle for like animation, because they've sort of broken it down. What I don't like about just that, because I think in this class, the person who taught it before me, was ridiculous. It was like a lecture class, which makes no sense, which makes me crazy. But and I used to trade this class off with them, and finally I was like, forget it. You know what I mean? It's like, you're just not helping. Like, this class is a lecture class. Can you imagine if I came in here and talked about all this stuff for 6 hours?
Yeah, no.
By the way, I told you guys that's a big red flag with teachers. Hey, I'm going to talk about some process, painting, drawing, but I'm just going to talk about it. It's like, I'm out. When I was in school, man, I'm like, oh, really? That's what you do? I'm out. Because that tells me you don't know how to do it. That's what it tells you. Otherwise, why wouldn't you do it? Like, it's fun sitting here and drawing. It's fun when we're in classrooms sitting around and drawing.
Yeah.
Fun. I love it when we're in the classroom and everybody's around a table. You know, everybody can get up around this table, and there's a conversation, and you go, "Hey, man, you know, what is this animal? Oh, it's a giraffe. Okay, let's draw a giraffe. And where is it? It's in there." And you're just kind of jamming with ideas and talking about shapes and how to build shapes. And
right.
It's so much fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah,
So,
I hate the pandemic.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, I hate the pandemic.
Me too, man. I'm sick of it.
I'm over it.
The only thing I'm glad about is that it forced me, because we wanted to go have an online component to our program anyway. This forced me to totally get it wired.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because now I have a 2-camera setup, and I'm editing those 2-camera shots into things, and it's great. I mean, that part of it's great. You know, I mean, I'm 100% over my learning curve now. It's like, I got this. I know how to do this. So let's get back in the classroom, because now I'm going to take a bunch of the techniques I learned in here, and I'm going to take them into the classroom. So like every classroom demo I do now, I'm probably going to have a 2-camera shoot on it. I'm going to edit. I'm going to narrate it. It's going to be a very clean presentation. And that way, if, you know, because sometimes people in this class will go, because there were some people who were in this class when the pandemic happened, and we already done some field trips. And they go, you know, one cool thing about this, they go, usually we're on location, there's 25, 30 of us all trying to see what you're doing. They go, at least in here, we can see what you're doing, you know? So that bing, light bulb went off, and I go, I have a setup here now. I can take, even on field trips, I can set it up in 10 minutes, and I can capture what we're talking about, and then again, edit it, narrate it, put it up online, and we have every single thing we've talked about. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I can do it, you know, fairly easily. Now, I had a setup before where it was not easy. Now I finally just nailed it all down.
Nice.
$1,000 later.
Hey, I mean, if it's going to pay off in the long run, then
it does pay off. It's paying off a lot. You know what I mean? Because every time I run into a problem, then I go, okay, how do I solve this problem? Oh, I need a second camera over here. Hey, I'm getting too many shadows on my thing. Okay, I need to get professional light panel. Okay. You know, on and on and on, right?
Right.
But I think I've got it now. Okay, again, same thing. You need to get into this interior a little more. Like here, this is a pretty thin dude here. Where was this at?
In Fountain Valley.
The
Mile Square.
Mile Square. Is that really a mile square?
I think so. We are a very small town, so it takes up half of the town.
Yeah, my ex-girlfriend's brother used to live there.
It's chill. It's calm.
Yeah. So I might put a little bit of that finger there. You see that? Does he have a watch, or is that just like a, what is that?
I don't know. I think that was me trying to go into those lines and just kind of chicken scratching all over the place.
Oh, okay. Now here, you're going to get kind of what you have here. Probably a little bit of a gather right there. I don't like, that's too long. Hang on. So that's fine. Probably just this, actually. It's going to kind of gather up here somehow. Maybe there'll be a fold there. Also, right here, because he's pretty thin, I'm going to see that going back into the shoulder blade, right? I always forget my muscle names. I'm going to put another value on the other side to wrap that neck or the collar around his neck, right? This is probably going to get a little of that. I don't want to put too much in there. I want to overdo it. I'm going to loosen this up. This is probably going to pull forward a little bit, I think. And maybe a little bit of a dark value there. I don't want to hit this seam too hard. I want a little bit of it there, but I just want to knock it down a little bit. Yes. Can we get that a little more natural? There's going to be a little bit of that break probably from the elbow. This I'd probably throw into silhouette, this hand back here. Because I don't need all that. I just need that, right? And actually it's going to come up here somewhere. Then here, same thing. Now we got this very geometric calf. So we'd want to soften that up a little. There's some information on this shoe somewhere, right?
Yeah, shoes are hard for me.
But starting, like I said, with this little wedge idea, then they sort of kick out back here. They lift up right there. They lift up right there. And just doing that right away is going to give me a little better shoe.
Right.
Then, you know, they have a whatever sole or whatever. Same thing here. I'm going to get some, this might carry through a little there on the knee. So you just need to loosen up. Like all these clothes, look at how these clothes are ending right with the edge. They're probably not going to do that. They're probably going to break here somehow. Right. And then there's what's here, you know, the pocket. Sometimes when he's like that, it'll bunch right there. You know, did this come down like that? You want to break out these edges a little bit. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then when you get this kind of thing, I always think about that unit right there. You know what I'm talking about right there, right?
Like that shoulder blade kind of
Yeah, and
thing,
it starts here. It's a whole unit right here, and it just goes right up to the back.
Okay.
It starts sort of. It's a unit. You'll see it. I'm always looking for those things, and a lot of them I don't even think of them as anatomical. I just go, oh, that's a big unit right there. I can always plug into.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like
Because
a thinner, like
the
a
thing
fit
with,
guy, right?
with anatomy is like, I don't want to get too far into anatomy in here, but the thing with it is, again, you got to learn, you know, if you're taking life drawing or whatever, like I know Jim does a class where he deep dives into the bones and all that stuff, which is great, and the muscles and all that, but it's like, okay, now what are you gonna do with it? Are you gonna make it useful information, or are you just going to walk around like a physician and go, I know all the muscle bone names and everything? It's like, yeah, but you can't draw crap, so who cares? You know what I mean? It has to become, and then I just start looking at like, okay, what, when I'm going out and drawing all the time, because I'm doing this from life in a practical situation, then I go, knowing where that deltoid is, that mass right there is really helpful. Knowing how that relates to the bicep, that's helpful. Knowing what I just talked about, that kind of shoulder blade idea, how it's a big unit. Well, how I see it is then it goes out of the just anatomy thing, and I go, that's just a big unit that I can use to lock things together, right? So on and so forth, right? I don't remember all my muscle names anymore. There's something weird about that when I took it in college. I understood it and everything. I knew where they were and all that kind of stuff. I could draw them, blah, blah, blah. But it's the same thing as as a kid. I could not memorize my times tables. And I still to this day couldn't. I don't know why. It's some kind of weird mental block. And it was kind of the same thing with the muscle thing. I was always like, I know where they're at and I get it. And I know how to mass them and all that. And I just don't remember all the names of them.
Yeah.
You know? And every now and then I go, I'm going to go back and I do every now and then. Actually, I'm probably about to start this again. I go every now and then and I go back and I just start doing really simple anatomy studies and breaking things down. And they're not drawings for anybody to see. They're just for me to go, oh yeah, you've been drawing that kind of funky, because it actually works like that. And again, I'm just looking at it from a mass perspective, you know. How do I break all these muscles down, because they can get very complicated. There's a really good book by Michael Hampton that does that, and I'll look at that and do some studies from it and just kind of refamiliarize myself with it. You know what I mean?
When you do your studies, do you like just copy like what's in the book kind of a thing? And
I do all sorts of things. Like I have this one. Yeah, I'll look at the way he breaks them down. I'll look at Bridgman. And then I'll look at this and do some studies from this.
Okay.
And what's great about this is I can look at that muscle, how that all works. Then I can turn it this way, and it really helps me to see how that all works. Right? Legs. And then I can turn this, which is really nice. So
yeah,
it's really
I need to
practical.
get one of those.
Yeah, I think they're expensive. I borrowed this one from Jim.
Okay.
But actually, I'm gonna buy my own. I need one of those. Another stupid rabbit hole to go down, right?
Well, I mean, I find myself because I'm taking also anatomical drawing with Jim right now.
Oh, okay.
And a lot of it is just look at the PDF that I sent you and copy down this. And so I'm like, okay, but what does it look like, you know, at 3/4? What is it like?
Wait. Say that again now. What do you mean download the PDF? What do you mean?
It's like on Canvas, we just look at the PDF and then we're just using just drawing like off of what is shown, like from like pages and stuff. So that, and I'm trying to like get more of a form, you know? And so
are you guys going over those in class?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
how's he critiquing them? Is he overlaying them or what?
We'll just go over it like in class, and he kind of gives us in-class critiques on stuff, and then when we turn it in, he'll do like our like we get a critique, like a personal one from our homework and stuff. So yeah.
All right. Again, I think you should take that. Well, you're doing it, so this is providing what I think that should be anyway. Where I mean, he can't really do it that way, but because you can't go out on location. If I was doing that class, I'd have a model. I'd just get a model. But anyway, that's so what. That's how I would do it. So what? Okay, so look, right here on the head, here's one thing you got to remember. So here's the head shape, here's the ear, right? Here's the eye, right? This is, especially on a guy's gonna be more pronounced. It's gonna, you know, this comes out and then it dips in right there. Right. So here I want a little more of that information there. This isn't like you're showing me part of the glasses as if I'm looking straight on at the person.
Right.
Where it's going to be more. And by the way, this is another thing I always do. Like, okay, so there's that brow line, let's say right there. That. And then, but this is actually sitting on the nose, correct? And this shape, whatever it is going to compress. I might see the other one a little over here. And then it's going to come back here. And then I always look at it and go, okay, I always think of this as that whole socket, because usually when they have glasses in front of it, I can't see it that well. But then I look at like, here's the eye, let's say. So I might knock in this whole eye socket. And then I look at like, okay, the eye's like in here. Even if I can't see it that well, I kind of know where it is, right? And then I go, where does this frame on the edge of the glass land within that eye? Oh, it's right there, let's say. And I go, okay, so then this lands right about there. And then I can see a little bit of the other one over here. And then where does the frame, whatever this is called, where does that land? Oh, it lands right. In relation to the eye, it lands right, let's say right there. And now I've sort of placed these things. Then I go, okay, now I can just show a little bit of shadow values in there and things. I don't really have to show much more. And then I'll bend these the way they actually are. Like this probably cuts in a little bit. And then this, I might just have a little bit of value in there, and that's it. And then I go, where does the nose land in relation? It actually usually lands much. It's weird to me. Let's see if mine does. No, mine's lower. I must have a big nose or something. And then I look where the bottom of the nose is in relation to all this stuff. And I go, okay, let's say it's there. And then I go, okay, now I can add that in. Where's the cheek mask in relation to everything? Where's the, blah, blah, blah. I just keep going. Right. Then I go, okay, the ear should line up right about there based off the top of the eyes. Little indication of that, Then, what kind of shape are they in? How old are they? This neck might go straight back like that. If they're a little older, it might start dipping this way or this way. Might have, usually it has like this, and then maybe a little bump right there. Then maybe I'll show that. And then this feels like it needs to come back a little bit. Get a little shadow value on those. Put in that nostril. Maybe drop the nose down below the nostril. Maybe can I see a little bit of that zygomatic arch? There's that divot in the brow. And then bring this up, and then I can start going, okay, I want to put my hair and all that kind of stuff over it. Are they older? Just like we talked about. Maybe I can see a little bit of that cheek on the other side. How far is the hairline? This part of the hairline from the ear? Okay, let's say it's there. Is it round? Is it straight? Where does it land in relation to the bottom of the ear? There's the collar in relation to the ear. Another collar on this side. Does that make sense? So, we're trying to, I'm thinking about, in a certain way, I'm thinking about anatomy and things like that. I'm really not, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's just in my brain, so I don't really think that much about it. I mean, not that I don't ever look at anything and go, wow, that's weird, Then I got to kind of go backwards and go, well, why is that happening? That's weird. You know what I mean? But it's like all these landmarks are sort of locked into my brain now because I've just done it so much. You know what I mean?
Right.
I used to sit on the train and draw on my way to work, which is a great thing. Fold out sketchbooks, and I'd fill one up about every 2 weeks. Just, they're, I don't know, 5-6 feet long. Man, I got where I could just throw down people from head to toe in like 30, and we're probably like a minute. Because it was just like repetition. I was doing it with a pen, a really cool pen. They don't make them anymore. I miss that pen, but it got my observational skills just like really pushed them, because I did it every morning for like, I don't know however long train ride is, hour and a half. I don't know how long it is. Probably. probably an hour. And then I'd ride my bike from the train station 10 miles to my office. It was in Santa Monica. And then on my way home, sometimes I'd veer through Venice and I'd stop in Venice and draw people, or I'd stop at Marina Del Rey, or I'd go off in some neighborhood and I'd draw people. And I just made it this sketch adventure every day. And it was super fun. You know what I mean? But it also just, man, it was just, and then I'd stop in the marina and I'd draw boats, and then I'd stop, you know, at the Venice canals, and I'd draw some houses, and then I'd stop in here. It was just, it's so much fun. And what was so fun about it is you're really absorbing every day. You know what I mean? Like you really feel like you get tied into the fabric of the city that you're going through every day. Like you're just wrapped in the fabric of it. You know what I mean? And I like that feeling. It makes me feel connected, because I don't feel all that connected to people, but that kind of stuff makes me feel connected to the world. You know what I mean? You know, and it's the same thing when I discovered life drawing at Fullerton. I was like, wow, this actually makes me feel a little bit connected to humans a little bit. Because I don't necessarily feel like connected to humans, right? I'm an introvert, but really I'm a loner. You know what I mean? A rebel. Like Pee said, right?
Without a cause.
No, he was what was it? You got to find it. No, he goes, I'm a loner, I'm a rebel.
I don't know who.
It's Pee Wee Herman.
Oh, okay.
I love the first Pee Wee movie. Okay, these are a little better. This is getting a little wonky. This one's a little better. Now we're doing the same thing here. Hanging on that outside too much.
Okay.
And then these, I understand where you're going. So with these, like you're kind of building off them, sort of throwing down the big areas sort of geometrically, correct? Now you can do that. That's fine. Let's go over it with black. But I got to loosen these things up. That little collar might pop up a little bit of that. And then was her arm that locked into like that? If you're like holding somebody's hand, you're probably like that.
It was like not swinging, but just like she was like kind of fidgety almost, and like I don't know. It wasn't stiff, but it wasn't like as like la-di-da free kind of thing. I don't know how to.
All right, so I'm just going to put enough on here now. I'm not expecting. Okay, so some of these things I want you guys to understand. I'm going to go a little further than I expect you to go right now, but it's just because I need to show you guys. This is all making sense when I do overlays for you guys, is it? Okay, because that's what worked for me from a teaching perspective. I want to make sure it is for you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it.
I just don't know any other way to do it. I mean, I can sit here and talk about it and I can critique it verbally, but I think it makes more sense for me to go, here's how I would plus it. And also, here's how we're taking the information you're doing. And I don't like to say it's incorrect or whatever. I'm just saying, here's the technique we're trying to hit. Because like we're throwing these down, and if you're doing them, like I'm asking you to do them, I don't like sitting there going, oh, this is wrong. It's not, it's not about that. It's about going, okay, how do we plus this? What's working and not working? How do we take this concept that we're working with, and apply it to this? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'm going to go here. And then again, I got to think of this as sort of a cylinder, right? What kind of dress was this? What's this marking on it?
Her shirt was kind of long. And so it was kind of covering up the little skirt, and it was kind of like a double, almost like pleated skirt.
Okay, so if it's, I'm going to take my take on pleated. So I'm going to go, now I got this tube, and I'm going to put that little pleated thing, I'm going to compress it over here, and I'm doing it very poorly, but you get the point. So now these are, and I'll soften them up a little. See what I mean? And then this, and I'm going to get a little dark in there because I like that. And then you see, I put a little more information on the, now I don't think you should focus on the backpack necessarily, but it didn't take me very long, right? And I'm just looking at the big shapes. I can see the bottom a little. I always do this thing where I add this in and I add a water bottle. That's just me. Because it breaks the edge. Everybody knows, that. Just get a little water bottle in there. I got the straps on here. Maybe there's a fold. There'd be a compression fold right here, especially because you got that this pushing against it and all that, right? Might be a fold there. I don't know. That's too big. So then I just look for these simple. I know I go to this one a lot just because it's an easy one to show. Then there's probably a little, maybe some kind of shadow value in there on the hat, maybe. I don't know. I like to sort of do the hat band to separate it, leave a little bit of value in the, like a little pop right there, like right there, just to break it up. Her hair, if I'm going to make it, so that's her hair peeking out there, right? So don't be timid, like pull that out of there. Right? And then this is covering up a little bit of her hat. Maybe there's a little value on this side, you know, and then a little bit of this. This could probably come over that a little. Get these sort of worked out, so on and so forth. This is starting to work. This foot's working pretty good. I think it's a little longer, but I like the simplicity of like her sandal. This probably is going to have a little bit of shadow value on it. Maybe this. You have to look at it, you know. Then I'd probably come down here and probably add a little bit of just a hint of stuff down here, maybe here. Get a little bit of calf on that. Yeah, that's better. Actually, this mark wouldn't go like this. See, that's just me making stuff up and not thinking about what I'm doing. This could go in front of this. This calf muscle can go in front with my line right here, just a hair, because why? That mass is in front of that, correct? So this would probably actually cast a shadow in here somewhere. A little bit. And see how she's starting to get a little more natural? And the reason I like to do this over your guys' drawings is because I'm not doing that much. That's my main point here. Okay?
Yeah.
So what that's telling you is like, it's not that big a nudge to push these things a little more correct, right? Now this posture, I'd have, you know, that I'm assuming this leg is walking forward. That's going to be more of a shortening thing. That's a tricky one when you're looking straight at it. And if I'm looking straight at somebody walking away and that foreleg is in front and the other one's back here, a little trickier, right? Now here, just this part, because I don't want to deal with the pose right now. You know, there's a nose right there. I lock this whole top shape up just like we talked about because I don't need to show a whole lot more. This is wrapping around. This probably is wrapping around. So I want to get a little bit of that, right? There's a little bit of whatever here. If they're turned completely, I'm going to see some of that mouth. This is going to be in and under that. Random mark making there. Don't do that. Here. And maybe I'll put a little bit of that in there. Maybe a little bit of that cheek mass. That's a little too much. I'd knock that down a little bit. Then this is a very sort of random shape. So what was her hair doing, you know?
Yeah, it was kind of like, it was kind of messy bun, long hair thing kind of going on.
But don't give me this sort of ending. Does that make sense? Like really look at how it ends and then mass it. You know what I mean? Now look, we got a point right there. And again, I don't have a problem with, you know, a lot of people do that where they're finding the shape. This might wrap around a little bit. I take advantage of that whenever I can. It helps to show a little bit of form. Sometimes I can't, sometimes I can. You know, is this coming down like that? Or is it from a back view, that collar would probably be this way?
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, this is me trying to like not look up, look down, look up, look down, look up, look down. Like, you know, I'm trying to like look.
In the beginning, don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's all that's going to get faster. And the only reason I mentioned that, you know, going up and down, it's not even really so much because I like being stealth or whatever. It's because I didn't know I was doing that. It's more about the idea that you want to go up and start learning to gulp in a lot of information and then drop down and be able to kind of throw it down on a page. Right? It's more about being able to train your eyes to hold on to a big drink of information and then hold on to it and sort of it's called whatever they call it, after image memory or whatever they call it, right? And that's going to come in handy when you're like when we're talking. That's why I'm not talking about people in motion or anything yet, because that's going to come in very handy when that happens. Does that make sense? And right now, I don't want to try and pile all that stuff on top of you. I want to lay it out very linear.
Right.
Okay. So, landmarks and stuff, right? This one's much better. Is that from life? Okay, that's much better. Yeah, give me more of this.
Okay.
Just give me more of that. Way more natural. I like the way you block the foot in. And then these ones. And then it's always going to be hit and miss where you're going to get stiff and then you're going to go, damn it, I hit that one just like you hit that one. And then it's elusive for a while, this stuff.
Yeah.
And this is where I talk about cementing your skill set. So anything you're learning in any class, right? You might be whatever you're taking, right? And you go, wow, this happened to me in head painting. I came into head painting, I absolutely sucked. And then I was taking another class and I feel like those two classes sort of connected somehow. Then I came in, I think somewhere a month into this class, and I knocked out my first really good head painting in oil. And I was like, wow, you know what I mean? And I go, wow, that was a fluke. But I mean, it was really, it was like, bam, I know how to do oil portraits fairly good, right? Where before they were a mess. They were a total mess. And it was totally weird to me. So I'm like, whoa, what just happened, right? And I go, okay, that's a fluke. But then I was kind of looking at it. When I look back on it, I go, that wasn't a fluke because it was too good. I'm not saying it was the greatest portrait in the world, but it was a ginormous leap. I still have it somewhere. And then I go, okay, so I got to come in Thursday or whenever the next class was. And I go, I got to do that again. Right. And then I did. And then I go, okay, now I just got to do a bunch of them. Because why? Because I got to cement that skill into my skill set. Right. Because what happens with classes is people go, okay, I've taken head painting. Cool. I'm off to this now. And it's like, no. You don't stop doing. You didn't now head painting.
Yeah.
You got the fundamentals of head painting and maybe you're starting to get pretty good at it. But if you stop doing it, it goes away.
Yeah.
Now there's a point after years of doing that where it's probably not going to go away. Like if I go in right now and do an alla prima head study, I'd probably be rusty and I'd have to get it back. Or I might knock one out of the park because I haven't been by it, but then the next one might be rusty. You know what I mean? I'm not doing it constantly, but I am drawing heads and faces and stuff all the time. So all that's in
right.
But I might go, whoa, I'm really rusty on my color mixing here or whatever. Got to keep that cemented in skill set. So anything you're going into in a class, don't think of a class, especially with art, forget it. Like there might be basic drawing. I kind of look at that and go, okay, maybe you got something out of that. Maybe you didn't. Basic drawing to me is like, I got that done because it was a requirement. I got nothing out of it. Maybe you did. I didn't get a whole lot out of it. And I didn't know it at the time. I got something out of it probably, but I didn't know at the time. When I really look at that, I go, I didn't really learn much in there. I was completely confused by all of it.
Right.
And then, but anyway, so then when you go into a class, what you're learning, hopefully, is the fundamentals of whatever that thing is. And then it's like, okay, I just gave you just like I'm talking about, I just gave you the fundamentals of this. Now go do 3,000 of them. Right? But now you got a methodology. You know how to throw down a head painting in alla prima. And I think head painting class, by the way, should always start with alla prima, or at least start with like, here's a functional breakdown of the head forms. That's fine. And then, here's this. Now let's start going in and doing some alla prima head studies, right? I think it needs to start there personally. Does that make sense? And that's just my opinion again. And the reason I think that is like, okay, you got to start throwing it down and start seeing the shapes and start knowing how to hard and soft edges, where the hard and soft edges are, how to apply that simple breakdown of the head that maybe the teacher went over. And then you can go into like, okay, let's do a more involved glazing technique or something like that. But it feels to me like you always need to learn first off how to throw it down. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like just throw it down, because that's what's going to teach you how to be fluid and improvisational. Which I think is really important, that you're not always going, okay, I start with this and then I go to this and then I measure this and I drop my plumb line and I use my pencil and I do that.
Right.
It's all stiff.
That's what I found myself doing a lot of the time was going, okay, well, you know, the structure of the head and the circle and the lines through this and the face and then I was like, you're not fast sketching anymore. And again, it's not about the speed, but you're not just throwing it down. You're not getting stuff on the page. You're thinking about every single like anatomical thing that I've ever learned in my whole life, you know, and I'm
That's
like,
totally normal.
okay.
And by the way, I want to make this clear. Knowing all that anatomical stuff is great. You need that. Knowing all this other stuff is great. You need that. I'm not saying it's not necessary. What I'm saying is there's got to be a point, and this is the only thing I ever say that probably sounds hippy dippy, but it's really not. You've got to fill up your data banks, all the information, work on it, really understand it, absorb it, and then it's floating around back there, and you're not directly accessing it, but your brain and your hands subconsciously are.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Hang on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because it is subconsciously doing that, okay? But you don't want to constantly, and it's normal to be going, well, there's that zygomatic arch right there. It's normal. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm,
and it's not bad to
mm-hmm.
think about it, go, well, how do I, because then you're thinking about where does that actually land in the face? It's right there. Okay. You're placing it,
Right.
What I was talking about earlier, where it's a bunch of surface knowledge and you're looking at some amazing life drawing person and you're going, well, he puts a mark right here and you don't know why.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
He puts a mark right here and you don't know why. And you're just like, well, I want to put a mark in there. It's like, well, that person's older or that person's young. And you just leaned on that so hard, you just aged them up 20 years. So you don't know what you're doing. You don't even know why that's there. Like you need to know those things and it's going to help you place them and all that kind of stuff. All I'm saying is just beware of systemic thinking. Like you want to be a jazz musician, you want to sit down, go into a cafe and throw down. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm,
That's a huge influence on me, that whole concept. And I don't know if I've said this in here about that piano player. Did I ever tell you that?
I don't remember.
I used to go to a jazz gig every Thursday. And man, do I miss that. And I'd go in there and I'd maybe do little painting studies and I'd just take the drawings and I'd start making paintings out of them and I was experimenting a lot. But, and I'd sit there and just draw. I had this great place to go. It felt like somebody's living room. It was a brick room, sounded great. They had big Steinway in there. They had a nice little lighting rig in there. They got monster crazy bitchin' jazz players in there.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And I was watching this guy. He was an older guy. Well, he's probably like in his early 60s. He wasn't that old. And Lou Williams, I think. And he spelled his name weird. It was like L-L-E-W. But anyway, just a journeyman. This thing I loved about this, they were all journeyman musicians who had never gotten famous, but they've made good livings and stuff doing that. And that's fascinating to me because that's a world that I don't really, most of us don't know at all, right?
Right.
And then I draw them once in a while, and I like to have people sign stuff when I draw them once in a while. So I'd go up and talk to them and go, hey, sign, I just sketched you, sign it. And then I'd look these people up and I'm like, oh my God, this person's played with Frank Sinatra, Ella Fitzgerald, Stevie Wonder. They're just these monster session musicians who are also jazz musicians. And then people know they're badass. So, hey, Stevie Wonder's doing a record right now. And he wants us to call you up and see if you want to come in and play some bass on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's amazing to me.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But anyway, I was watching that Lou Williams guy one night and he was just like on fire, right? He played piano.
Mm-hmm.
And he started going through this tune and he got into the tune and then he went into the improvisational part and he was just flying. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm,
so like, not that it was fast. It's not about the fast. It was about beautiful ideas and beautiful motifs and cascades of notes and beautifully to establish some motif. And then he'd play with the motif and improvise over it for a while, all within the framework of this song. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
and I was watching him because I was drawing. I have a drawing of it actually. And I was watching him and I go, he's just totally on autopilot. Like he's just immersed in that thing. He's not thinking about it. He's almost hearing it, but also experiencing what that feels like, which is badass probably, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And he's just on this crazy ride, and you go, this guy's been playing out and doing all these things he does for probably 40 years at least.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And now it's just like, man, I can just fly. Like I don't even think about this stuff anymore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And these guys are playing over complex chord changes. They're not just playing, hey, it's an A and they're playing an A. They're going, oh, this little chord pattern right here, I'm going to play a Mixolydian mode over that, and then I'm jumping. He's doing all that totally spontaneously, right?
Jeez Louise.
That's what we're trying to do here. You want to go into a cafe and absorb, or wherever, and absorb the place and just get immersed in it and enter that weird portal that you enter.
Yeah.
Okay. Because like you enter a portal, at least I do. And what it feels like to me is I've entered some part of like a different dimension where I'm seeing all this stuff happening in the room that like nobody else sees. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, it's like that like level of like bliss of like, I just love doing this. It doesn't matter about the paycheck or the anything. I just love
doesn't matter
what I do.
And it's like, it's the way, and I've heard actually a lot of people say this, it's my way of understanding the world. And immersing myself in the world and immersing myself in an experience or whatever it is. And I've heard a lot of people say the same thing. It's like, once I draw something, I understand it. And a lot of things I don't understand unless I draw them. Does that make sense? So you can see where the importance of that is with research and stuff.
Right.
So give me more of these. This one.
Okay.
Whatever happened there, have that happen more. Which is easy to say, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes I go out, man, I just suck all over the place.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
I want to look at these real quick. Where's Daniel? Is Daniel here? There he is.
Hello? I was muted.
Yikes. Okay, where are these at?
Irvine Spectrum.
Oh, that's a good idea. Now, see, here we are again. We're not getting into that interior at all, right? Here, you're starting to loosen up a little bit. I like that one a lot. I like the language of the legs. That's great. And I like this one a lot, period. Get into that interior more. Yeah?
Yeah.
These are nice. These trees are nice. Real simple breakdowns. Same thing here. Like this balance of all this is really nice. Now it just needs that next layer of interior information. Very strategic. I like this. Like you're seeing the big shapes pretty good. Now, when you're drawing this kind of thing, really be careful with that, because now that's coming into mechanical things, which we'll talk a little bit about later. This perspective is a little more like that. Hey, and then like this probably wraps sort of around itself like that, I'm thinking.
Yeah, I didn't really have a long time to look at it. It just drove by really quick and I was trying to just get it real
Yeah, I get it. I mean, it's not bad. Then, you know, this probably had a value.
Yeah.
And then I might just go, did it have like just a little indication of tread or whatever on it. Be careful here with your ellipses. Get these dark. And then when I have like a wheel well like that, you can hit that pretty hard. This line could get a little heavier, pull it over. Who's doing the project where they're taking everyday objects and turning them into something? You know?
No.
Because I like that project, but it really woke me up to the whole design problem. Because I saw one on social media, you know, and the person drawing it has no understanding of design. That really bothers me.
Are you talking about the one where they take like boxes and just random shapes and like turn them into ships or cityscapes, stuff like that?
It was like you could take like, I don't know, a can opener and turn it into like that. Is that what you're talking about?
I think so, yeah.
Which is a great exercise. I do, you know, I have my students do that kind of stuff all the time. But the problem I had is and I was talking to my class about this, and this is important, okay?
Yeah.
When you're doing a project like that, what I'm seeing is this really rudimentary, no thinking about design thing where it's like, oh, I'm just going to make it look like a badass something or other. And it's like, okay, it doesn't look badass. It looks badly drawn. it's laughably amateurish, and you're not even thinking. No, I'm not talking about you, Daniel. You're not thinking at all about how this works at all. Okay. You're not thinking about, and then you're not going to, okay, I can knock in the basic shapes based on this. I might have one here. There used to be a really good example of this online. Now here he put a couple things together. It looks like a remote or something, and then a whatever that is, the game thing. That looks fairly believable, correct?
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's great. And then, I don't like that one so much. That's pretty good. Not bad. It's okay. Now, the thing I don't like about this, and it's not that it's bad, but it's like he's relying on all this space stuff in the background to sort of make it work. But it's still good, right? My problem is, now here's another problem. How do these things connect to each other?
Yeah.
Right? That bugs me. That's a pretty good one. Look at that one.
Yeah.
That's a great one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Well, that's one of those old school can openers. That's great. Okay, so these are like, I believe this. Like, I believe this. It looks fairly believable. Look, it's a potato peeler. It's a great exercise, by the way. It's really fun.
Yeah, that looks pretty cool.
But you want to get that one, not so believable to me. That still feels like tongs a little bit to me. Now, he could have just broken up some of the shapes over here and got it out of being so symmetrical, and it would have taken that out of my brain, right? This is a good one. Look at that.
Wow.
That looks believable. So the one I saw online, that's great. I love that. And by the way, I've done something like this work related where I ran out of ideas. I've heard a lot of people doing this. I ran out of ideas. Left my office. I went to the market, and I just started looking for shapes because I was desperate for shapes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I was just blocking. I was blocking for some reason. It's a great one. Okay. So anyway, these feel like fairly believable solutions, correct?
Yeah.
And the one I saw online was like, it was just so not at all thought through at all. And there was things in it where I was like to be honest with you, for as long as that student's been in school, it really kind of blew my mind to go like, you actually think this would be an acceptable solution for this? You know what I mean? Number one, it didn't even physically work. Number two, so what I would do if I was doing something like that person was doing, they were trying to do a vehicle, like a whatever. And then another thing was I looked at it and I go, okay, so that's the front tire. It's like, I think it was like, I can't remember what it was, like some kind of scootery thing or something. And I go, that's the front tire and that's the rear tire, whatever. And then I go, if I put a person on here, number one, this thing now, here's another problem. Scale wise, it feels like this thing is about the height of a mini bike. Okay, well, that makes no sense. Okay. And then I go, if I blow this up, if I get a normal size, let's say a 6-foot male, and I put him on this thing, whatever it is, and then I blow this thing up to the scale of the human, it's going to turn into a modern or like a half-assed weird futuristic version of like a penny farthing. Does that, you know what that is?
Yeah, the bicycle, the big.
That's what's going to happen with it. If I blow that scale up to the size of a person, that front tire is going to get so big, it makes no sense. And then there was this other stupid, there's one thing that drives me crazy in design is transitions and stupid grafting things onto things to solve a problem. Does that make sense? Yeah? Are you there? Why does everybody disappear?
Kind of. Is there an example of like grafting something on random?
Okay, I'll give you an example. Like when I give what happened to Daniel? Okay, that's weird.
My internet disconnected a little bit.
Okay, I'll give you an example. If I go, so sometimes in this class, I give a project where I go, let's make a believable zoological animal. Usually we do it and then we go to the zoo and blah, 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 right? Does that make sense? Somebody?
Yeah.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So then they go, okay, I'm going to do, let's just take real simple shapes. I want to do something that's sort of like a giraffe. And then it's going to have a big fat, what do you call it? Hippopotamus thing. And then it's going to have these, you know, bird feet. And maybe they got webbed feet because they also, whatever, and then some stupid tail on it. That's what I'm talking about, grafting crap together. Does that make sense?
Gotcha. It's like something that the animal wouldn't use that necessarily in its environment. It's
This is just
throwing
grafting a bunch of ideas together. It doesn't make any sense. This is grafting. This isn't designing. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And then to go further, and by the way, it's not that far off from this, but I'm exaggerating a little. Then they go, okay, and it's got a zebra pattern on it, let's say. So they wrap this around it. Then they go, here's its body pattern or whatever. And then here's the leg. So now the body pattern goes this way. And I go, okay, number one, none of this works, obviously, right? Then I go, this pattern, this is Dr. Seuss, kind of, right? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's cartoony. It doesn't make any sense. It's not believable. What you got to start thinking about is like, and this is a hard thing to even use on this, but if I was going to start thinking about this, I have to think about, and I'm just going to leave this stupid body on here just for discussion. I'm going to want to make this thing, like, number one, how do these legs transition into the body, right? So this is going to come up. It's going to have something here. It's probably going to have a muscle mass in here, you know, and then maybe where it bends right there, I'm going to get a little bit of fur there. Then I got to figure out how those legs are starting to work, right? This one can go into silhouette. This can come up. And then this back leg, it's probably going to come in here and do something like that, come up into the body. And then, you know, it might come down something like that because that's a more believable shape right there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And this would all be based on research. I wouldn't just go and make it up. Put this one in silhouette. Maybe this is going to, now, a giraffe has a box right here that gives it a hump right there, which I always just kind of find interesting. And then the neck kind of comes down into here. Now, I wouldn't just graft the neck on it like that. But this might give me a little bit of like, maybe I'll do a little bit of wildebeesty bump right there. And then I go, where does it live? What kind of, you know, does it run fast? Is it a predator? So maybe I'll give it some kind of cloven hoovy thing. And then again, a little tuft of whatever you call that. Fur there. Why? Here. Why? Because if it's furry, fur lays over the body like this for the most part. And when they bend an elbow or something, it doesn't necessarily always follow the form. It breaks right there. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Yeah, foot habitat.
You can see where I'm at here, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, see how this is all starting to look a little more believable?
Mm-hmm.
So I started taking this rear leg from a lot of animals. A lot of animals have that. And then, you know, this doesn't make any sense, this head here. So then I go, you know, this feels like, and then, okay, so what I was saying, did you hear what I said about the fur and the elbow?
No, I think that's when you froze.
No.
Yeah, that part.
Okay, so fur, here's an elbow. There's the elbow. Fur lays over it. A lot of the times when an animal bends, then that fur doesn't go with it. It sticks out a little bit. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You'll see it on your dog, your cat, and all that. So what do? I take advantage of those corners right there. That could show a little bit of fur where it breaks. And up here on this hunch, right? And I said that square that was in there from a giraffe. You guys remember that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So then I go, this whole thing, this stupid giraffe thing doesn't make any sense. But I don't know, maybe the angularity or the triangularity of that head shape. And, you know, I don't know if it'll work. But I might go, well, maybe I can kind of think that way. Maybe it comes up this way. Maybe there's a very severe cut right there, maybe. And I just, you know, I can start making shapes. It's getting a little too lion-like. Maybe there's big nostrils here. A lot of business around the eye, maybe. Maybe it's got sort of a maney kind of thing here. Maybe I just looked at a real picture of a Tasmanian devil. Now this I have to work out right there. That's not quite it yet. And they had sort of a pattern here just on the front, which I thought was kind of interesting. Then it fades on the back. This thing got big teeth. Is it a predator? And notice I'm not landing on anything and trying to develop anything. I'm just trying to get some shapes that work. It's looking a little warthog-ish if I put this in here. And then is it furry? If it is, I'll show a little bit of that fur here and there. So it got a tail. And then another thing is with patterns, I might have mentioned this. When we go to the zoo, I always look at the zebra. And there's always, usually, I think always, if I have a zebra, I know it's a lousy zebra, and I probably said this before, but this is an example of like, okay, so I've got this wrapping around the form. How does it go to horizontal here, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It doesn't just shift like a Dr. Seuss cartoon. This comes down and it forms a little wishbone right here. It sort of goes up like that and it forms a wishbone. And then this goes like this, also a little bit of wishbone. And then it just transitions into that. So that stuff I catalog in my head and I go, oh, that's a way I can transition a pattern from vertical to horizontal. How does it work on a tiger? How does it go from horizontal or vertical to horizontal on a tiger? Is it the same thing? Does it have a wishbone? If it does, then I'm starting to see a universal thing that nature designs into pattern making. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So you can see how I could start. It's very warthogish. But, you know, then I go, okay, well, maybe I like the warthogish. So I'm going to put a little bit of fur there. I'm going to silhouette that back there. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it because it's just one idea. This usually dips forward, sort of like that. This dips forward, sort of like that. Now, I can't do that if I don't know anything about anatomy or anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Then I go, okay, I'm going to put him in his natural environment. Then I'm going to go, where does it live? It lives on some weird planet with 3 suns and weird rocky outcroppings back there. And I go, I could have a discussion with an art director with that. I can just go, hey, I'm kind of thinking warthogish. And he's gonna go, no, bulk it all up. Bulk out this chest, man. Make it really robust. Really push this haunchy idea. Get it to work. Doesn't work yet. You know, but I like that haunchy idea, you know, and they'll just come and then you go back and you work over it. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So do you understand now what I'm talking about transitions, about design thinking, about taking all that anatomical stuff that you're doing and moving it into this space? Does that all make sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
And all that stuff, I'm sorry, but it makes me crazy. Before I'd ever show it to an art director, I'd turn it around. It's balancing okay. It's not terrible. And that's the same thing as a vehicle. I've got to make it transition. How do the tires transition into the, how does the fender transition? How does what kind of seat does it have? Okay, so then if I'm going, okay, I'm taking this everyday object and I'm turning it into some kind of scooter thing. So I might just knock out the basic shapes. And then if you don't have this knowledge of back knowledge of this stuff, then what's the thing I'm going to go look at to get a little bit of realistic ideas?
Reference?
Yeah, but what reference?
Scooters?
Sure, I could go look at a Segway. I could go look at those little whatever they call them, those motorcycles, the little, you know, the little fast ones or whatever, because they're very mechanical. And the other thing, what I'm looking at when I look at, like, let's look at one. I don't know what those are called. Not those Harleys, those more modern ones. Look at all that shape language in there. You know what I mean? And then what am I looking for? I'm looking for, like, just little things I can pull from realism. I probably want a side view like that. And then I go, well, that's kind of interesting. And I'm not just going to go, okay, I'm going to pull the shapes. What I'm looking at is like, okay, this is kind of interesting. What materials are they using? They're using this, it's probably plastic. If that thing goes down, that plastic's going to take all the abuse, right? If I'm doing a robot and it's got an elbow, it's just like a human. If it falls, those pointy points are going to take a lot of damage. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So then I might go here and go, okay, well, this same type of plastic idea, maybe it's a very heavy Teflon-y kind of thing, or really heavy but slightly bendable PVC. I'm gonna sort of put a sort of a elbow cap on those things, and that's going to take all the abuse, and it's also going to break up the arm so it looks more mechanical and interesting from a real world application. If I'm designing a robot, I'm not going to go look at robots. That's the worst thing you can do, by the way. I'm going to go here. Because what am I looking for when I design a robot? How does that head move? How much movement is there? What does this robot do? You know, number one, robots in the real world, for the most part, aren't humanoid. They're more designed like to the task, so that, but in a movie or something, you'd be doing it that way. Then I'm going to go, how does this arm bend? How do I make this all believable? That arm, how's this going to bend? What's the mechanism that makes this work, right? Where am I going to look? I'm going to go to real industrial robots like this, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because this right here, this information, that turns, that spins. It gives me a basic mechanism that I can start to play with, right? Oh, these are great. These arms right here. Look at that. That's a real thing. And then I'm just going to take it and I go, okay, I don't like this. This isn't dramatic enough for me. So I might take this. I do like this little shape right here. So, you know, you could take that shape and really beef it up. You know, I could put these big bolts. It depends on what era it's from or whatever. And then maybe I could take that other idea that I just saw in there where it's a round unit, put another over here. And then this, I like the way this sort of comes in out of here. And then this might come down into, and then this, I'm going to get rid of, I'm going to put another thing that comes over this way. And this could start to come down and be my arm unit here. And I'm going to add some stuff in here. This is too clean for me. So I might come in here and now I'm starting to pull from, I don't know if you've ever looked at them. What do you call those? Military aircraft landing gear, right? So they're going to have some hydraulic units in here. What does that do? It breaks up that edge, so it's not so boring from a visual standpoint there. Does that make sense? Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to go, okay, maybe this just gets really big. I'm going to push this up and get a little recess in there. And then I got to get this round unit in here because that's what it's rotating on maybe. You know, and then maybe I'll come in here and put a little more modern looking shape in here like that. Could have put a couple lines in it. Maybe this also has a hydraulic unit coming out of it. So now I got an excuse to put a coupler on here and put some lines on this hose. And I'm starting to build, you know, a more interesting shape for my robot, right? This could probably come down and start to, this shape could maybe roll down here and maybe roll up here. this right here will start to give me like sort of a very rudimentary elbow that's just reminiscent of it because I want it to feel humanoid. Does that make sense? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then on things like products, like sports products, they do a lot of these kind of openings like that. I might just steal some of that. Then I got to go, okay, how does this come down? You know, and then now I got to figure out like, how is my hand developed? And I go, well, I know it's going to have fingers. So I'm going to start thinking about that. And I got to break that up in some way. But do you see how this is all made up technology, but it's starting to work? Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Does that make sense, you guys?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Start taking that thinking into a prop class, okay? Because I'm sick of seeing this stuff where it's like, okay, you looked at a Western gun, you looked at a military rifle, and you crammed them together. Does that make sense? Start looking at these things, and you know. And here's a guy. Look, I like this guy. I was showing my other class this week. He doesn't have as much of this stuff up anymore. He used to have a lot of it up. I wish he still did. And I'm pretty sure he's an industrial designer, so he just knows how this stuff works anyway. Oh, I'll give you another guy too. Well, let's see if I can find it in images. Hang on. Like this stuff is really pushed, but it looks super believable. You see what I mean?
Yes,
That looks believable, right?
it does.
That's pretty cool.
That's what you, and then look, if you look at this, like the breakup of these shapes on this thing, it looks straight off of, where'd it go? That motorcycle. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
He probably pulled some from that, or he's an industrial designer, or he's a transportation designer. He just knows how that works, right? But you don't want to just go, hey, I'm going to take this shape off the thing. You want to take the idea of it. Why did they put that there on a motorcycle? What does that do? Oh, it's going to take impact. It's going to do this. It's aerodynamic. It just hides all the visual information underneath it that's not appealing because it's all mechanical. But then it has to have a secondary function. It's got an intake. It sucks in air. It blah, 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 blah. It's got all these purposes, right? You see what I mean? Where else do you go if you want to see this kind of thing that's going to inspire you for shapes?
Go to the March Field.
The what?
March Field.
Well, that's one. Yeah, March Field's a great one. But for more modern shapes, I'm going to go to REI. REI has a lot of high-level product design that's very broken up and very, very functional. Does that make sense? Yeah. So I'm going to go to REI and look at great product design and go and look at very functional product design. Because when you're designing things for mountain climbing, hiking, backpacking, it has to be highly functional, lightweight. And yeah, they make it aesthetically cool looking, but they have to build the aesthetics into the functionality. And if I'm designing a robot, it's not going to have all this stupid crap that I see wannabe concept designers put on it. It's just a bunch of nonsense. It's like, it's going to, and by the way, Daniel, March Field, you know what's good about March Field? They're military aircraft. What you see there's no BS in the design. There's no aesthetics. And then when you go inside of it, they design.
Yeah, it's all function.
Yeah, it's all function. And they design it where they go, okay, this chair, what's interesting is there's nothing covering the chair. You see all the raw materials and everything. Why do they do that? Because that chair is designed to go, somebody might potentially be flying this for 8 hours. And they go, that chair is designed for you to have enough comfort to do your job for 8 hours and nothing more, because we can't afford the weight. We can't afford the money. You know, we have to put all the money into this thing being highly effective as a weapon or whatever it is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
So when somebody comes in and you're in a prop class, you've got to start thinking about all that stuff. Screw going to Star Wars, okay? Go to, where's this weapon going to be used? What is its function? How does it work? And if you're thinking how it works, get yourself at least a foothold in some sort of believable idea. Don't just go, it's Jedi master stuff and it's all paranormal. It's like, okay, I mean, I'm not saying that doesn't ever happen, but it's like, come on, make it functional. One of the reasons Star Wars works is everything looks fairly functional in it. Okay. And go down the rabbit hole to the headwaters of whatever it is. What's as close as you can get in this in our world to this, and then learn that, and then jump off and start making your designs. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And the reason that's important is because really that's what I want you to do with this skill set, where you're starting to put it in service to something eventually. When you talk about taking it out of your personal, you know, just doing sketches and things for yourself, and you take it out of that universe, now it's got to go serve a design function and all that kind of stuff. And why do I know how to make this technology look believable very quickly? Why?
Because you sketched and observed a lot.
Over and 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 over again. When I used to go to March Field, and I still do this, I go to March Field and I get up close to stuff and I sketch the wheel assemblies. I sketch the wheel assembly. I look up in, this is what I love about March Field, by the way. I look up into the wheel cavity. How do those flaps close? Like, how does that work? What is holding them there? What turns them? Then I look up in the wheel assembly and go, how does this wheel assembly retract back? Like, what's the mechanism up here? So when I do something and it has to do that, it could be an elbow on a robot or whatever. How do I make that look believable? And it's not like I have to memorize all of it. I just draw it. And then just like this, I go, oh yeah, I can throw on some hydraulic stuff. And there's always a few, you know, extraneous, you know, covered bolts, and there's this, and there might be a little opening where they service it, and just little things, cut lines, manufacturing cut lines. The fuselage of the plane has cut lines and then rivets, so on and so forth. Does that make sense? All this stuff goes into my toolbox. I throw it all in my toolbox, my Lego box. Then when somebody goes, hey, go design a robot, you go, okay, I got it. And then I'm still going to go do research. And then I'm still going to go, where does it function? What does it do? Why is it here? What, you know, does it have a personality? Does it speak? And if it speaks, it's not going to have a mouth more than likely. I mean, if you were realistic about it, it would have a speaker or whatever it is, right? They're not going to design a functional robot, at least right now, to do that. It doesn't make any sense. It actually creeps everybody out, to be honest with you, right? It creates a fear if you make it look too human. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So that's another design level of thinking where you go, well, this is too, you might think that is a good idea. You know, look at Boston Dynamics. You guys have all looked at that, right?
Oh yeah. Those things are creepy.
Yeah, they're super creepy, right? And like when I first saw that dog one they did, have you ever seen that one?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and they show it going through, like, it's probably just in the field next to where they manufacture it or whatever, but it's going through this like kind of tree, I don't know, like foresty area, whatever. I'm like, if I saw that thing in the forest, it would scare the hell out of me at that point, because I'd never seen anything like that. And it looked creepily alive. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so does that all make sense, you guys? Sorry, I went down a rabbit hole, but I think it's important.
Yes, that makes sense.
Because I want you to start being design thinkers, right? Don't be surface thinkers, okay? No, I'm going to go look at spaceships from whatever. Go look at real stuff and then cobble your design out of that. I want to check chat. What's a periton, Megan?
It's a mythical creature. It's a combination of a deer and a bird.
So what looked like that? The thing I was drawing?
Yeah, just the front feet of the boar creature kind of looked bird-like. So it vaguely looked like a periton.
Okay, and that's a good point though. The winged creatures. That's another one that I see people fall apart on all the time, where they just graft the wings on it, and it's like, how does it integrate into the body? There's a muscle system. There's a muscle system under there that works all that.
Yeah.
They just take them it's like they cut them off of something else, and they took some hot glue and stuck it on there, and you're like, really? Like, how does this fold over this? You know, what are its legs going to do when it's in flight? You know, how does it all work? You know, and then you got to kind of reverse engineer that stuff, and then you got to take the leap of logic and go, okay, here's how I do this. Or here's my designs, right? One other one, and then I'll shut up about this. Now this guy, I'm almost positive is an industrial designer, so he has a lot of knowledge about this stuff. But you want to be able to compete with these people. You don't want to always to have them come in and go, "Oh, we're just going to hire an industrial designer for that." And you go, "No, man, I can. Here's my value. I understand all that stuff, and I can make it look believable like that person can. But I'm also a way better drafts person. I'm also a better designer, and I also have more of an organic skill set than that person does. They're going to give you hard technology. I'm going to give you hard technology, but it's going to integrate in an organic way because that's the universe you're creating." Does that make sense?
Yes.
Hey, these are all made up things. You see that? There you go. That's a good example. But this is a hardcore Viscom skill set. Do you guys see that?
Yeah.
Viscom, right? Totally different skill set. And I understand why he's working this way, but holy crap, what an involved way to work. By the way, he's building his own hot rod that he designed, I think, from the ground up, which is crazy. Okay, so you see how that looks very believable, all this stuff? Yeah?
Yes.
Yep.
So he's building this thing, which is real. But he like 3D modeled it out, he sketched it, he designed it, you know, which is, I mean, I'm not a car guy, but that's pretty cool to be able to do that, like to have the money and the expertise to do it. Don't you think?
Yeah.
I mean,
That
that's
is
cool,
sick.
man. He has a lot of it on his, there it is. That's the 3D model of it, but he's building it. Which is, I think is really, to be able to indulge yourself to that level in this crazy thing that you're into is super cool. Okay, so that's that rabbit hole. Okay. So anyway, what I'm talking about there is putting, later on down the line, putting this, you know, fast sketching skill set and marrying it to your design skill set, right?
Yes.
And marrying
Right.
it to your design thinking skill set and your ideation skill set. All this stuff I'm talking about is the kind of crap that it's all over Art Center, that kind of thing. That's why they kick everybody's ass. That's why. Okay. Because they're not surface thinkers. They don't teach that over there. If you come into an Art Center class with some stupid design where you grafted wings off one thing onto something else, they're going to be, man, they're going to tear your head off. And they should. Okay. So all I'm trying to do here now is get you aware of it. Okay. That's all I'm trying to do. So and by making you aware of it, what I hope you do is you start moving towards that and start building your skill set around that idea, because that's what's going to make you employable. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Being a fan person is not going to make you employable. Okay. Okay. So is there any other questions? Anybody have any specific questions? Nobody?
I was wondering if you could post some of your people sketches from your sketchbook so we can see how you do the shout outs and things.
Yeah, you can just go to my Instagram. There's tons of them on there.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Which is just Mike Sheehan Studio with a underscore between each word. I'll link it on there if you want. I'll link it on there. But there should be quite a few. I know there's all kinds of sketches on there and things. Okay. Who is that? Oh, it's Kayla. Here. Where's the, I'll put it up over there and then I'll put it right here. Hang on. Did you guys get it? I just put it in the chat.
Yeah, I found it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. And usually I'm posting that on, usually, and just right now I'm not out and about as much because of stupid pandemic. Usually I'm posting that every day. Sometimes it's just doodles, sometimes it's this, sometimes it's that. It's just all sorts of things. A lot of times it's just stuff having fun, mostly just stuff having fun. Okay, this week I just want to keep going, same routine, 4 pages. And I just want to see the same thing. I think you guys are actually doing pretty good. When we jump to the people thing, it's tricky, okay? And I can see that you guys are understanding. One of my main concerns, you're understanding the methodology and everything. Not that I'm seeing like, and I am seeing some really good sketches, but I mostly want to see you understand the methodology, because wherever you end up in this class, and it looks like everybody's improving quite a bit and all that, which makes me happy. it's really, this is a long-term game. We're playing the long game here. You guys understand that, right?
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
now you got to go out and just do it and do it and do it and do it after you get out of here, right? And then what I want to do is hopefully get you addicted to a sketchbook. I know I've said that before, but it's really important to me that if I can get you addicted to the sketchbook, I know you're going to get better. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
And now if any of you have prop design or character design, start thinking through these things a little more, right? Starting with a looser drawing. Yes, because I think in that class, Phil likes you to clean them up and stuff, and that's great. But start with a loose, the main problem you see obviously with character design is usually it's, you know, the design needs a lot of work, but that's normal. That's because you're learning it. But the main thing I see also is just insanely stiff poses. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And I hope you guys can see that you go very loose and then you start building, adjusting, you know, refining, and then it's still all loose, loose, loose. And then you get to a point where you go, okay, now I can go in and start cleaning this stuff up a little bit. And you're hopefully going to end up with a much more naturalistic, you know, if you have a character standing forward, where's that contrapposto at? You know, maybe give them something they're leaning on something, you know, because I see this all the time, they got a spear or something, they're standing like this, you know, both feet planted like that, stand like this hand down at their side. And I'm like, who stands like that? Number one, angle this, like it's going to be like that. Where's it going to land? Get up, hold a broom and go, where would this land at? Oh, it lands right there. Look at my hand's at an angle. Or it might go like that, right? But then you see people and they draw like this. Here they're holding a thing like, okay, that's what I'm talking about. You got to think about that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. All right, you guys, I'm gonna let you go. 4 pages. And then next week, I think I want to go over 2 things. I'll be able, if I get the video done, and if I do it, maybe I'll try and do it Tuesday. If I can get it done before class, I will post it probably before class so you can get a look at it and then start asking questions. They'll go over it in class. And then I also think I want to go over crowds. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, because I think then we can start thinking about going, okay, now I'm going to populate this with more than 2 people. I also want to talk more about vignetting and scene, just simple scene breakdowns. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, you guys. Thank you very much. I'm going to let you go.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Have a good
Thanks,
day.
you guys.
Thanks,
Good
Professor.
job. Good job.
Hey, Mike.